Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to everybody in the building. Peace, peace, peace. Thank everybody for tuning in. I know I've been gone for a while, but I'm back now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody who has donated and contributed to me while I wasn't even streaming. Shout out to y'all. Big shout out to y'all. I'm gonna make sure I when I see y'all come in the building, I shout y'all out for that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Shout out to everybody in the building. How's everybody doing? You about to get started right now. You have to get started right now. I just saw something that I think I want to start with this. Shout out to everybody in the building. I think I definitely want to start with this. Shout out to AZ in the building. Shout out to V David in the building. Yes, yes. You know, so crazy. I could never remember the names of those other families, and and it's so hard to find those stories. Like with the African sister who they said hung herself in a Texas house. Another African brother who they said they went swimming with him somewhere, and then he went off the boat and he couldn't swim, and that's how he drowned and died. And other stories, yes, disgusting. Shout out to Lorenzo in the building. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton in the building. You already know. Shout out to President Jafar in the building. Of course, yeah. That's something I talked about years ago. That a lot of African people don't know about the transatlantic slave trade. They don't know about it. They don't. They have no idea about it. Shout out to you again, President Jafar. Yeah, shout out to everybody in the building. Yeah, we about to get started. What the? Yeah, shout out to Jamal in the building. Shout out to East Coast Kev in the building. Oh yeah, shout out to you, East Coast Kev. We're gonna definitely go over those whatever it's called. Not whatever it's called. It's the videos with Afro Think Tank. I definitely want to go over those. Shout out to you in the building. I just peace to the chat. I think I can't really see. I think your name is Dark Photons LLC. I don't know. I can't really see too good, but you're a member of the channel. So salute to you. Thank you. Everybody, you can become a member of the channel yourself by hitting that join button. And you also see what's scrolling across your screen. Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to you, Julius. Shout out to Reg in the building. Yeah, we doing our shout outs right now. Best way to support the stream, family, PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. Or anyway, I step all support. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Super thanks, super chat, super sticker, joining, gifts, it all. Fire emoji, thumbs up, sharing the stream. That's all support. Dropping a comment. That's all support. I accept it all. I accept it all. Salute to Baka in the building. Salute. Yeah, hitting that reaction heart. Shout out to RS7 RV in the building. Yeah, we about to get started real quick. I just saw this video and I want to do this first. I think it's best if we do this first. As y'all can see on your screen, it says Tariq has a conversation with a white nationalist who confronted Myron Gaines. I have not seen this. I don't even know about this situation where a white nationalist confronting him. I think I heard something a little bit about it, but I don't really know that too much about it. I think right here, Tariq, we already know Tariq's get down. He's going to be super respectful to the white nationalists. That's what Tariq do. He's going to be super respectful to the white nationalists, and they're going to come together, and they're going to be pushing white nationalism and attacking black immigrants. I see it. I see it. Shout out to Andrew for setting it off with the gifts. Thank you so much. Much appreciated for those gifts. Much appreciated. But yeah, let's set this off. I have not watched this ahead. I just saw this just now, and I said, you know what? This is a good place to start. So let's start here. Oh, shout out to Justin Marsh, my first moderator, for coming through. He came through. He just gifted 5 memberships. Family, if Justin Marsh gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep it going. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your support. And I'm definitely going to do that FD signifier thing probably after this. Yeah. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you for all that support. But yeah, let's get to this. Let's get to this right now. This is Tariq talking to the white nationalists.
All right. Shout out to everybody in here. Should we get one more, guys? Because, when it gets late like this, my sinuses start tripping. All right. Should we get one more? Y'all want to get one more? Raise your hand if y'all want to get one more call in here.
That's the cocaine.
Before we wrap this thing up, because I'm about to.
Gotta stop it right there. Now your sinuses is tripping every time it get late like this. That's the cocaine, y'all. Allegedly, Tariq is on that powder, and he be doing these late night streams to pay for them habits and them gambling habits too.
Up some leftover Popeye's chicken. I ordered Popeye's chicken earlier. And, you get a little hankering for some shit. And I got a hankering. Yeah? For this Popeyes I'm about to put in the microwave. Right? So y'all raise your hands if y'all want to get that last call in. Y'all want to do that? Y'all raise your hand up. It's going to be either you or Popeye's chicken. Right? And Popeye's winning right now. It's on my mind. Let's get Mitch in here. Mitch, hop on in, Mitch. Mr. Mitch, hop on, Mr. Mitch. Mitch. Okay, Mitch. Make a request and get down. All right. Let's get our hold on. Let me see. Let's see who we got. All right. Where y'all at, man? Let me see. Let's get Raw TV, Raw Status TV. Raw Status TV. Let's get, hold on. Let me get Nikki. Nikki the guy. Hold on. Let me get Nikki before that. Nikki the guy. What's up?
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
Nikki? Nikki, hop on.
Hi, Tariq. I just wanted to let you know, be careful with the Popeye's chicken biscuit because it will do the opposite of what you're trying to do with the Mucinex. So don't eat the biscuit, okay?
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just going to eat the chicken. Yeah, the kids ate the biscuits earlier.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Yeah, the kids ate the biscuits. Agent 47, what's up, brother?
I just wanted to say hi.
Hey, okay. What's going on, Mr. 47?
Nothing much. I saw your video. I think you reviewed my debate with Myron, right?
I don't remember. You had a debate with Myron?
Yeah, remember? You liked that basically I exposed them as a quote unquote musky tether, remember? I think that's what you said.
I can't remember. So you debated him. What did y'all debate about?
I told him that he wasn't black.
Sorry about that, family. But as you heard, Tariq debated. This dude debated Myron Gaines using Tariq's Nasheed's talking point and calling him a musty tether. You can't make this up. Marvin Gaines is a musty tether, and he wasn't black, using Tariq's talking points. And now Tariq saying he don't remember this. But yeah, let's keep it going. Sorry about that, family. My set fell apart real quick. That's why I would have been sped it up past all that other nonsense talking. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Remember? At UCLA.
Oh, okay. That was you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Man. That's funny. Have you had any other interaction with him?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Now, sir, are you a white nationalist?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you part of a white nationalist organization?
No.
You're just a lone wolf white nationalist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So what are your views on or your suggestion?
Y'all see this? So this man just admitted to being a white nationalist. Being a white nationalist, Tariq is kikiing with a white nationalist who's running around using a slur that he created. You can't make this up. I'm happy I covered this first. I'm happy. He's literally ha-haing and kikiing with a white nationalist. Look, no smoke. This dude literally just told you out his own mouth he's a white nationalist. Where the smoke at? If somebody had called and just said, hey, I'm from Jamaica and I'm visiting America, it's why you over here, why you in my homeland, go back to your failed homeland, you musty tether, this and that, jollof rice, jerk chicken, whatever the case, bush meat, all that other stuff. This is a man telling you he's a white nationalist to your face. There is nothing a white nationalist could say that is in any way aligned with pro-black views or being pro-black people. But here Tariq go, trying to have having a respectful conversation with him. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. Shout out to Romario in the building for coming through with the 10. Thank you for all your support. Yes, black people done lost basically they going after the 14th Amendment. They done got the 13 already had a loophole in it that they exploited to the max, and they trying to find new ways to exploit it. The 15th Amendment wasn't fully realized into the civil rights legislation, which they have gutted. So the 15th Amendment is gone. The only thing left to get is the 14th Amendment. They going after the 14th Amendment, white nationalists, and Tariq is sitting here kikiing with one. You can't make this up. Can't make this up. Yeah, let's get back to this.
It's being a white nationalist. What should, because as you know, you're
oh, matter of fact, you just heard him. He was about to ask a dude for advice. Like, what do you think black people should do? He caught himself. We're gonna bring that back. We're gonna bring that back.
What are your views on or your suggestions being a white nationalist? What should, because as you know, your birth rates in your community are going down.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think some of the solutions are to help your birth rates?
You hear this nonsense? This is disgusting. And look, people are gonna try to play this off as, oh, Tariq is roasted him, or Tariq is playing mind games with him, or Tariq is playing chess. You can't make this up, bro. You can't make this up.
Honestly, I'm not really sure you can do much about this stuff, because basically what's happening is that, like, people, they just don't want to have kids, right? They they go 50, they turn 15, 16, right? They complete puberty, but then they don't want to have kids until they're like 30, 25, 30, something like that minimum.
Yeah.
And so I don't think like there's really much you can do. Like, I mean, to be quite honest, like I think people just they want to spend their youth part.
Look at this. Look what he just said. People turn 15, 16 and hit puberty and don't want to have kids. This is pedo talk. This is pedophile talk. And Tariq is agreeing with it. Like, yeah, them 15 and 16-year-olds just don't want to get active. Is this dude talking about 15 and 16-year-olds having kids with each other? Or 15 and 16-year-old girls being ready to have kids with grown men? And Tariq is co-signing it. You can't make this up. You can't. Can't make it up.
Partying, having fun, and then maybe they decide to have kids later on. But I think it's pretty hard to change this stuff. And I mean, it's not just here in America; it's like all over the world, right? Like you're seeing the same thing kind of happening as as people get more money, more wealth. They don't want to, spend their youth raising kids. They want to just have party and have fun.
Right. Now your family. Now, when did your family immigrate here to the U.S.? Are they
1995?
Oh no, they really just got here.
Yeah, I'm basically a white tether.
Damn. Where'd they immigrate from?
Soviet Union.
Oh, okay. So you were Russian?
Yeah.
Look at this. Tariq is having a respectful conversation with this white man. This white man even called himself a tether jokingly. This man got here in 1995 pushing white nationalism. He got here in 1995 pushing white nationalism. The number one enemy of white nationalism is black people. The number one enemy of white nationalism is black liberation, pro-blackness, pan-Africanism. That's the number one enemy. And Tariq is sitting here and kikiing with a dude who got here in 95. 95. And on top of that, Tariq, you was trying to be funny about the birth rates. Quote unquote, FBA birth rates are lower than white people's birth rates. And now, like, so what are you talking about? Because for all you who don't know, shout out to Benevolent. He's not in the building. He donated to me to do this video. I'm still working on it. What I discovered, I already knew this. What I discovered through my research also is that the majority of black population growth in America is coming from immigrants having kids, Native Black Americans having kids with immigrants, and Native Black American people having kids with other races. That's where all the growth is at. Native Black American people. I'm talking about people who descended from enslaved Africans on this soil are not having kids with each other like that. They're the biggest group, but they like basically only producing like a third of the kids what they're having with each other. And the death rate is even higher. The Native Black American population in America is shrinking faster than pretty much anybody else's population. Shrinking. And again, if we just doing the Native Black American population, so we exiting out immigrants, we also exiting out biracials, it's like 30-something million people and shrinking fast every year. every year. That's the funny part about this. Oh, shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. I didn't see that. I just saw it just now. Thank you so much. Yeah, but people were saying about Peanut age that she was 16 when Tariq got with her. That the mother basically gave her to Tariq. I'm not saying that actually happened, but Tariq was like grown. But yeah, let's get back to this. Thank you so much for the 5. Let's keep it going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, mostly Ukrainian, Polish, but whatever. It's the same stuff, right?
Yes, indeed. So you were born when?
19.
So Polish, Ukrainian, Russian is all the same stuff because it's all white. So you are accepting the concept of race, Tariq. That's the funny thing about it too. How can you accept white nationalism and accept the concept of race, but then turn around and try to argue that when black people whose identity has been purely racial for over 500 years is somehow that's wrong, that's bad, it doesn't make any sense, or it shouldn't work like that. But you're sitting here co-signing a white man doing it. This is no different than when O'Shea said, yeah, pan-Europeanism, where they got the European Union and they don't really got no borders like that and people can move around and live. That makes sense. But people trying to do that in Africa, it doesn't make sense. So unity makes sense for the white man, but unity doesn't make sense for black people. You can't make this up.
90.
Okay. Wait. So you were born over there?
Yeah.
Oh, so you immigrated here with your family? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow,
He wasn't even born in America. That's even crazier. He was in America. He's from Russia. He said Soviet Union, so we're gonna say Soviet Union. And then when the Soviet Union collapsed, his family moved over here. You can't make this up, man. And Tariq, and he came here. He came here and joined up with the racists against black people who were already here. And you sitting here having a nice little conversation with him. This is beyond disgusting. Beyond disgusting.
Interesting. So how do you feel about race relations just in general here in the United States?
They're bad, obviously. But I think a lot of people are in denial. But yeah, they're pretty bad overall, I would say. Probably worse than they were in the Soviet Union, to be honest.
Yeah. What do you see bad about it?
I mean, with like basically, like, with white people, like constantly just white flighting to escape the diversity, and then slowly the stuff gets more and more diverse, and people are just really unhappy about that stuff. And then especially with white people, there's just a whole lot of like I'm not sure if you know how it feels to be a white person in America, but as a white person, you're just always walking on eggshells. You're always afraid of being called a racist or saying the wrong thing and then getting fired from your job. It's like a huge psychological issue that whites have. And you probably even notice that if you even try talking with white people about this race stuff, they just go all crazy. Like they're literally scared. A lot of these white people are literally scared to even talk about race because they're just so afraid of getting fired from their jobs. So there's yeah.
Okay, but
So basically,
Tariq just asked a white nationalist about how he feels about race relations in America. This is probably the most respectful conversation I ever seen Tariq have since he became FBA, and he's having it with a white nationalist somebody who told him, "I just came here. I'm a white nationalist," and you asking him how he feel about race relations. Are you stupid? Exactly. Shout out to East Coast Cat for coming through with the 10. Yes, Tariq didn't tell him to go back and put the Soviet Union back together. He didn't tell him to go back to Russia. Russia having a whole war. Ukraine, you say you Russian and Ukraine. Why are you not over there fighting? Pick a side, which side you like the best, and go over there and fight. Fix your homeland. Tariq ain't saying none of this stuff. None of this stuff. This is the most respectful conversation y'all ever heard Tariq have. Most respectful conversation you ever heard Tariq have. Shout out to you. Thank you again for the 10, East Coast Kev.
basically being black.
right, so but they caused those problems though, right?
I mean, yeah, but I would say so, yeah, but a lot of white people don't even really want to talk about this stuff, right? They're just so terrified at this point.
But hell, they created the problem, right?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, they can't be mad at a problem that they created. Shit.
I mean, humans aren't that rational, though.
Yeah. Now, if you felt like you had to walk on eggshells in the U.S., I mean, you would go back to the Soviet Union, right? Where all the white people are there. Ain't no black people there at all.
No, I'm pretty sure they're importing. Like, there's some black people now. There's like
This nigga this dumb. He just said you would go back to the Soviet Union. Tariq don't even know the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. This bozo don't even know that. Oh my God. Y'all following a bozo who don't even know the Soviet Union don't even exist anymore. Y'all following a bozo who don't even know the Soviet Union don't even exist anymore. I thought Tariq not knowing how the difference between the Congress and the Senate and how that works was bad. This is the worst thing. This is worse. This is who you following? This is your leader? Shout out to a pimp named Slipback for coming through with the 5. Much appreciated. Yeah, why is Tariq not calling him any slurs? Why is Tariq not saying anything to him? Nothing. Tariq is having the most respectful conversation we ever saw, ever.
they're also very anti-racist in the Soviet or in Russia, at least. I'm not sure if you know about that, but they're like kind of like America. Like they're also quite anti-racist. They're also importing a bunch of people, so it's like a lot of the same.
Oh, Agent 47, can you hear me? Oh, your mic went out, brother. Agent. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Something happened. Oh,
Tariq called. Look, you heard Tariq call him brother, right? He called him brother. And he meant it sincerely. He would never call no African his brother, nobody from the Caribbean, no Afro-Latinos his brother. He would call them a tether. And if he used the word brother, it would be just to be funny. But he was seriously calling him his brother. Nobody going to check him about this too. This is why I keep saying what I say about FBA. I can't wait for the Supreme Court to get back in session and say reparations for black people is just basically illegal. So when they do that, I want to see what these bozos flip to. I want to see what they flip to. Most of them going to probably try to flip indigenous, go back to the Moorish stuff. Some of them going to still try to hold on to the FBA stuff. But I want to see. Inquiring minds want to know. I want to see.
let me get him back up because this was interesting. All right. Something happened to his mic. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Oh, shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with another 5. Exactly. Work like that's another thing. Tariq let that dude tell that lie about white people having to walk on eggshells around black people. Cap, big cap. And thank you again for doubling up with another 5. Much appreciated. Let's keep it going.
Mr. 47, hop back on.
Mr. 47.
Hop back on. Hopefully your mic
with respect
starts to work correctly because this is interesting. Yeah, there you go. All right, Mr. 47.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Mind you heard Tariq saying that he was getting off to get some Popeyes. Y'all heard him say that, right? I'm getting off to get some Popeyes. He put that Popeyes to the side. This was one of his FBAs talking this long. He would have played some music, got him off, and said, I'm out of here, family. I'm gone. But Mr. 47, I got to wait for you to get back on, Mr. 47. I have to. Yes, a boss and ass Tariq.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you said they're trying to be less racist over there in Russia?
Yeah, for sure.
Huh. Because they got those white supremacist groups over there too.
No. Well,
this man, his phone keeps going out. Okay. Agent 47. Okay, because I want to hear from that side, you know. Okay, Agent 47. And he brought that phone from Russia. Okay.
can you hear me now?
Okay, there you go. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's something with the Wi-Fi, but no. Russia is probably worse than America for white supremacy. Like if you're like a Russian supremacist, they're going to throw you in jail over there. Whereas, it's probably worse over there, to be honest.
Now, what issue did you have with Myron Gaines? Because Myron really tries to pander to a lot of you white nationalists. He wants to be an honorary white nationalist. So what was the issue that you had with Myron?
Well, I mean, originally I just went there because like I gotta get him to stop shitting on women.
Oh my God. You heard Tariq? Tariq let this bozo lie and say Russia is less racist. And if you be racist in Russia, you go to jail. Tariq let him say that lie. Oh my God. Matter of fact, I made a mistake and hit my mic. Sorry, y'all. I don't know if y'all could hear me. Tariq let this bozo get away with that lie saying that Russia is less racist. And if you be racist in Russia or a Russian supremacist, you go to jail. Tariq let him say that. Like, I just smacked my mic out the way. Like, you can't make this up, man. You can't. But let's get back to it.
Because like in order to make the white nationalism stuff work, I need to appeal to white women. So that was kind of my big thing. I didn't want him, like I wanted him to stop basically a lot of this anti-woman stuff. I need that stuff gone basically to make it work. So that was the reason I originally went there. But basically what ended up happening is like right before I went to speak with Myron, there was like this like immigrant from like Colombia, and he was literally calling white people. He's like, Europeans are the real wetbacks. And then he was saying that like the Hispanics need to fight to take over this land. And Myron was like telling this guy, yeah, man, there's no white supremacy. None of this stuff is real. And so then I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, Myron, what the hell are you doing here? And so then when I went up to him, I'm like, Myron, hey, hey, we're real, right? We exist. So then it was just me basically just trying to get Myron to like confirm what he actually believes, because like it just seems like he's like flip-flopping all over the place.
Right. How was the security up there? Because we saw helicopters and all types of stuff when you were up there. How tight was the security there?
I mean, I don't know if I would say it's tight, because I mean, yeah, they had a lot of police officers, they had helicopters, but I mean, if someone wanted to bring a gun, they could have easily done that.
Oh wow.
Right? I mean, like I didn't get like searched or anything like that. I don't think anyone got searched. So there was just, you could have literally taken a gun right up to Myron if you really wanted to.
All right.
They would have probably caught you, but like you could have done it.
Right. And we're not promoting that, by the way.
Yeah. I'm not promoting that.
We're not promoting. So you wanted to appeal to white women. You want to let white women know, hey, start having white babies. Do you have an issue with so many white women chasing after black men? Do you have an issue with that?
I mean, yeah, in the long run, like if people are all race mixing, then yeah, there's not going to be a white race or a black race. So I mean, that does become an issue. At some point it does. And I've talked to some of these like mixed race people, and they'll even say they get along better with other mixed race people than they do with either whites or blacks. So at some point,
that's not true. This dude is just saying anything, and Tariq is just letting him spout anything. This is disgusting. I'm going to cut this off, but for the sake and the edification of the people, we're not going to cut this off. But this is just nonsense. Tariq is having the most cordial conversation I ever heard him have with a man who's telling him, I'm a white nationalist. He's telling you out his own mouth he a white nationalist. This is not somebody guessing or saying, well, you probably a white nationalist because of stuff you said you believe and how people you watch and people you hang around. Like, you can't make this up. Shout out to Reg 83 NY for the 20. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated. Everybody make sure y'all shouting out the people who supporting the stream. That's how these are the ones who basically supporting the stream to the point where I can answer anybody's questions and stuff like that. Thank you.
When you got to kind of be honest about what you're doing here.
Yeah, well, they're still technically black, though.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah, they are.
No.
Look, Tariq arguing with the white man about whether biracials are actually black or not. That's what's so funny about Tariq. The only concept that makes biracials black is race. So this is what I was saying about the FBA bozos too, about how they so stupid that if we take the FBA concept to its logical conclusion, that you don't create two groups of black people, you create at least three groups of black people. The only thing that makes a biracial black is race. So once you do away with race, biracials are no longer black, they just biracials. No different than if a Mexican person had a baby with somebody from Kazakhstan. Biracial. This the same thing. Same concept. Once you do away with race, there's no way you can say somebody who has two black Jamaican parents is not black. Somebody who has one Jamaican black parent is not black. But somebody who has No. When I say one Jamaican parent, I mean one Jamaican parent with one Native Black American parent. Is not black. But somebody who is Native Black American who has a baby with a whole white person, that baby is just as black as if two Native Black American people had a baby together. You can't make that up. You can't make this up, bro. There's no way to make this work logically. That's why FBA is a cult. It's a cult. This cannot work logically. It's a cult. It's a cult. Shout out to everybody in the building. It's a cult. Let's keep it going.
I wouldn't say that. I would say they're mixed.
There's no mixed category.
Well, once there's enough of those people, there will be.
I don't think so. Not the system of white supremacy. You see?
No. I would definitely say that I mean, someone like Obama, he's not Kenyan, he's not white, he's something else.
But they promoted him as the first black president, so they were blacking him up.
Yeah, I know it's fucked up. I know. I didn't get it at the time, but now, yeah, I think it's really messed up. And he's not even like FBA, right? He's not even like ancestry or whatever. He's from Kenya.
Right. But he, on a technicality, he's black technically.
Yeah, Agent 47, man. How are you? What are you basing that off? Honestly,
he's mixed race.
Oh my god, this is dumb. Tariq brought somebody on the audience. Somebody's already out the audience. Shout out to East Coast Cab for coming through with the 5. Exactly. You said it. You would think that Tariq knows this person and they done had conversations before. They are very cordial with each other. Beyond cordial. This is friendly. Like, how many times did this guy get cut off and Tariq waited for him to come back? He wouldn't have did that for nobody else. But he waited for him to come back. You can't make this up. Wait, is this somebody trolling me? Saying I'm ducking and dodging on X. I'm not ducking and dodging nobody. I'm not I hope you're not talking to me. I hope you're not. Let me know if you're talking to me so I could, service you right now. Oh, so you are talking to me. Let me get you out of here. In fact, let me put you on timeout. Not even gonna ban you. Just put you on timeout. Because somebody's calling me a coward and saying I'm ducking them, but I never actually ever had an interaction with them before. How can I duck somebody I never talked to? Insane. I don't even know who you are. But yeah, let's keep it going. And the funny part is this person said I'm a coward, but Tariq has me blocked. I don't have anybody blocked. Tariq has me blocked. But yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, but then if he's also black though. That's
no.
But then who are you to make that distinction?
I'm a white male. I'll make that distinction.
Okay, but then if it's mixed race, then how is it you the only one to make that distinction there?
I don't think I'm the only one. I just think that there was a lot of propaganda.
How you make it sound, though. What propaganda? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, they tried the left Democrats. They tried to run all this propaganda about him being the first black.
Rubbish, man. Honestly, this is political garbage that you're spitting right now.
I just think you're coping, man. Like, what's wrong with saying that he's not black? He's mixed race. What's the issue?
Okay, so now with the white nationalist movement, you guys are trying to recruit the white women. Now, let me ask you this, Agent. Now, are you with an Asian woman? Because I know a lot of you white.
No, I'm not.
You're not doing the Asian woman thing.
No. Although I have met a few but yeah, I'm not doing that.
Okay. Why haven't you done the Asian thing?
I don't know. They're a bit too weak for me. They're not really my type.
Oh, okay. Now, what's your type? Are you into women? I mean,
yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you got a hankering for some pussy. I don't know.
Tariq always turning everything gay. Tariq, if you gay, just let it be known. I think Tariq trying to link up with Agent. He about to fly Agent out to wherever he at. I think that's what Tariq trying to figure out. Inquiry minds want to know, Tariq, are you trying to fly this dude out? Agent, are you trying to get flued out by Tariq? Can't make this up. Let's keep it going.
No, and I don't judge anybody's lifestyle.
No, I mean, I judge when it's necessary. I'm not like that. I mean, it depends.
Okay, because I know a lot of the white nationalists are not really with women. Like Nick Fuentes, he's not with no women.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's gay.
Yeah, how do you feel about Nick Fuentes?
Yes, Nick Fuentes is gay. Like, he went on a date with a cat boy. Gay. The end.
I don't like him. I think he's a failure.
At what? What'd he fail at?
When he went on Pierce Morgan, right? So again, like, I think when Nick went on Pierce Morgan, he should have been honest about what he believes, but instead he was just joking around. Like, Pierce asked Nick, "Hey Nick, what do you think about the Holocaust? Hey Nick, why do you like Hitler?" And Nick wasn't really willing to give him a straight answer.
No.
Right? He was like joking. He's like, "Oh, it was over 6 million people died or whatever." I mean, he was just like f***ing around. And so yeah, he just wasn't really willing to be a serious leader. He wasn't willing.
Oh, Tariq might get hostile a little bit because Tariq might ask him like, "Hey, are you being anti-Semitic?" Because Tariq don't play about his white mother-in-law's people. He do not play about them. So let's keep it going.
To commit to whatever his beliefs are, and then try to show that to the world.
Oh wow. So let me ask you this: what do you think about reparations for foundational Black Americans?
I think you guys owe me money. That you need to pay me reparations.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
As a Russian immigrant?
Yeah, no, all Black people owe me money. You owe me reparations.
For what?
For destroying the property values of white people when you move into our neighborhoods, for all the welfare you guys use. I mean, even licensing fees, you're using white technology when you use a cell phone. So you got to pay us money for that stuff.
Okay, hold on. Let's slow down. Let's unpack every one of those. You said 3 things. Okay.
Yeah.
The technology, like the cell phones.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
First one was
what? For destroying our property values.
So
now let's see how Tariq is going to respond. This dude got real racist right now. So let's see if Tariq is going to keep that energy, or he going to be still try to have a respectful debate with this bozo after having a respectful build with this bozo.
Your property value is destroyed by your fear. White flight destroys property values, not the Black people. The Black person moves in, and because you get scared of that Black person and then you leave, that's your property value dropping because of you. The Black person didn't do anything but just be Black. It's not like you went and opened up a crack.
I lived in Detroit. I saw what you guys did to the place. You guys move in, you cause a bunch of crime, you destroy the place.
Sir, Detroit, really?
And in South Africa as well. What's happened with South Africa?
Well, sir, let's deal with here. We'll deal with here because I was born in Detroit, sir. So yeah.
I don't know, where was I, like 6 Mile Road when I was like 5, 6 years old? I mean, I was there as well. I saw what was happening.
Well, the Black people didn't destroy they didn't move in and just start tearing the shit up. They did.
Yeah, they did.
That didn't happen. Those factory jobs.
Very respectful Tariq Nasheed. This white man is literally saying Black people are a cancer to the United States of America, the country y'all supposed to be the foundation of. You will be foundational Black American, Tariq Nasheed, and you let a Soviet Union immigrant tether tell you that you destroyed his property value. You FBAs are destroying the country. Look how respectful Tariq is talking. Look how respectful Tariq is talking.
Got taken overseas and just urban decay. And
why are you coping, dude? Come on, like
I'm coping.
Yeah, we're too old for this. Like, yeah, we know Black people move in, they go and kill each other, they kill a bunch of folks, they steal from each other. Yo, nigga, give me your shits, right? That's what they do. Like, why even denying this stuff?
Yeah, because that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No.
This white boy just dropped the N-word and Tariq ain't saying nothing, bro. He's saying, why are you denying it? Why are you coping? Tariq ain't doing nothing but saying, sir, that's not true. He ain't refuting it. He ain't turning up. He ain't talking about going back to no failed homeland. How dare you speak to us like this? We don't got to answer you. None of that. Tariq is still sitting here trying to have the conversation, and he's not even smart enough to have the conversation. That's why Tariq keeps saying that's not true, sir. Yeah, Tariq, you're right. It's not true, but now explain why it's not true. You can't, because you're not smart enough to have the conversation. Imagine, and he talking about, oh, Detroit went bad because the factory jobs dried up. Who factories were those? Were those Black people's factories? Did black people create those factories and then white supremacists come and burn it down like Black Wall Street? Or were those white people factories that black people moved there, got a job at, and then those white people decided, you know what? I could make more money by outsourcing this. So they fired the white and black people who worked at that company. It wasn't just black people working out there. It wasn't just black people who lost their jobs. So what are you talking about? Let's keep this going. Shout out to everybody in the building. Wait, somebody dropped a comment. I just saw this. I just looked up. Let me see. Somebody said Tariq mentioned me. When Tariq mentioned me? When that happened? I don't know where the comment is at now because the thing is kind of moving a little fast. But somebody said Tariq mentioned me. When that happened? Let me see if I can find that comment. But yeah, let's get back to this.
That's not, sir. That's white supremacist fantasy, sir.
What about niggas with attitude straight out of Compton? You guys make a bunch of music videos about this stuff.
Yeah, these guys are billionaires today.
Again, this white man just dropped the N-word again, disrespecting Tariq and black people, and he's still sitting there having a cordial response, conversation with him. Like, I'm happy Tariq blocked me because I would never want to talk to somebody after seeing this. I would never want to talk to you because all you're gonna do is call names and attack me. No, matter of fact, nobody should want to talk to Tariq. Nobody should want to talk to Tariq, man. Ridiculous.
They literally made videos, like a bunch of music videos about gangster rap and stuff. I mean, are you really going to deny this stuff?
Your stereotypes are kind of outdated, by the way. People don't really do that like that. Guys are rapping about skinny jeans and drinking expensive champagne now. So you gotta update your stereotypes.
Oh my God. So that's your response, Tariq? Update your stereotypes? We not really doing that no more? Can't make this. You can't make this up. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Yeah, Tariq is getting holed out right now. Tariq is completely getting holed out. He's completely being holed out right now. Shout out to you, Justin March. You said the person said it was on a Twitter space. Whoever commented that, let me know. What Twitter space was that Tariq mentioned me in? But yeah, Tariq getting holed out right now. Everybody watch Tariq get hold. This is the hoeing out of Tariq. Tariq is completely getting holed out right now.
Stereotypes, sir.
Tariq, just stop coping. Just be honest. Come on.
Sir, your stereotypes are extremely outdated. What gangster rap are you listening to, sir?
So we don't use the word stereotypes anymore. It's not English. We just use the word truth nowadays.
What? Name the gangster rap song that's on the charts right now.
Not right now, but I mean, like in the past, you know, like these people were doing all this gang violence and they were making a bunch of videos on it. Like
80s stereotype. That's what I'm saying. You talk about stereotypes from the 80s, sir.
Okay, well, you can just go look at South Africa today, right? It gets worse and worse every year without white supremacy.
Yeah. Wait, let's talk about this. I'm not South African. You said with the welfare, we get all the welfare?
Yeah, don't you guys disproportionately get a bunch of welfare from white people?
No, sir. Look up Owsley County, Kentucky. Owsley County is the welfare capital of the United States. Owsley County, Kentucky. Everybody Google Owsley County, Kentucky. That's a county that's 99% white.
Nonsense. Yeah, we're not listening to this, but listening to that. We're gonna cut Tariq off real quick. We're gonna play it back. We're gonna cut him off real quick. Shout out to Afro Jam. I think that's your name. I can't really see. Afro Jam. Yes, Tariq was a part of the stereotype. That dude should the Russian dude should have brought that up. That Tariq, you were literally a part of it. Talking about that's an outdated stereotype. What up, cuz Tariq? Do we gotta play What Up, Cuz? Do we have to play What Up, Cuz when Tariq was trying to beat NWA? Do we gotta play that? Yes, he is. He's getting sunned. He's getting sunned out. Shout out to everybody in the building. Oh, good evening, Jackie. Let me look at this comment section a little bit. Yeah, this is crazy. Let me see. Yes, I wonder if the white guy gonna bring up Chicago. I wonder if he's gonna bring up Chicago. I wonder. Shout out to Benevolent in the building. To Benevolent, I just mentioned you earlier because when you for the video you supported that I'm still working on about the birth rates. Shout out to you. Let me see. Wonderful perspective. I think that's perspective. Yeah. For real. Is this day king? Is this day king? Is this FBA king right here? Oh, you say he called me out in a is there really a diaspora war video? I didn't watch that video, but we gonna get to it after this. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. But yeah, let's keep this going. This is ridiculous. Tariq getting holed out. Salute, Mackenzie. Shout out to you for being in the building. Oh man. Can't make this up.
95% of the people there are on welfare. It is literally the welfare capital of the world, and it's all white. And they're Republican too, by the way. Your white supremacist brethren, you get more welfare than anybody. So that stereotype is false. And then you said technology. The technology was okay. The phones. The people. Y'all Google Jesse Russell. Google Jesse.
The stuff's not going to work, Tariq. Like you're just trying too hard. Look, people are changing their minds on this stuff. Like everyone can see.
Sir, just slow walk it. You said technology. I'm giving you some of the people who built that technology. It was foundational Black Americans who.
Okay, fine. You got me. The FBA's built all this stuff. Okay.
Google it and it's look up some names. Henry Thompson, who helped come up with the gamma rays that would make the cell phones workable. I mean, come on now. I mean, we've contributed to the technology.
So what's your plan for Black people in the future? Like, are you guys just going to mix race into like a bunch of mulattoes, or like what is your vision?
I guess just keep smashing white women. Just keep smashing the white women, and
So you want to go extinct through race mixing? Is that correct?
They're not going to be extinct, sir. No. Those kids are going to be Black. I think that.
No, they're not. No, you're coping. They're not Black. No, you're coping.
According to your community, they are.
Yeah. No. According to me, they're not. They're mixed race, and people have to accept that.
No, because those mixed race are still treated like Negroes. In your community don't play no games about that. You are hyper focused on those mixed race people. Y'all don't look at them as some separate race. Just like Meghan Markle, y'all treat her like a Negro. You're hypersensitive about her, especially with her proximity to white power like that. You guys are extremely sensitive. You created the one-drop rule. If there's a person who's even Jewish, you get on their backs because the whole myth was that Jewish people have Negro ancestry. So you guys hyper-focused on that, right?
But Tariq,
Tariq had to make sure that he defended Jews, man. Again, I'm not an anti-Semite. I don't got no problem with Jewish people at all. I don't got no problem with no human. I only got a problem with people who got a problem with me or got a problem with the Black race. That's the only people I got a problem with. But you see what Tariq is doing, right? He didn't defend the South Africans, but he made sure to throw the Jews in there to defend them.
You're just gonna mix. So this is really your plan? Is just to have the Black people?
Am I saying something accurate, sir?
No, I mean this is stupid. Like, what about the future? I don't care about the past. Like, we can talk about the past all we want, but what's the future? That's what I care about.
We're in the future right now. How do you feel about the Jewish community? Are you because Myron has? How do you feel about the Jewish community?
I'm 1/4 Ashkenazi.
Oh,
yeah. So I mean, I'm mixed myself. What can I say?
Oh, that's very interesting. Very interesting. Just like Jake Lang. Yeah, he's a Jewish white supremacist.
Well, I mean, it's just that, like, at this point, like, we think it's a mistake for white people to become a minority in America. So that's just, it's like, that's all. That's what's driving it.
How do you feel when white people say that you ain't really white?
It's annoying. It's
oh my goodness. Because again, Tariq asked him how he felt about Jewish people. Because if he had said he don't believe in the Holocaust, he anti-Jewish, Tariq would have went off on him. Now Tariq is asking him about, well, how do you feel about white nationalists saying this about Jewish people? You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. East Coast Scav, he can be a white supremacist because Jews are white. Like that whole nonsense that Jews are not white was started by like basically the Nazis and stuff to justify doing whatever they did to them. And they didn't just say that about them. That's when this whole sub-race nonsense started. They also said this about Eastern Europeans. Remember, George, what's his name? George Lee Rockwell, whatever his name is. George Lincoln Rockwell, the leader of like the neo-Nazis in America, got down by a Greek person because he was trying to say Greeks wasn't white. This whole nonsense about who really white and all this other stuff, that's good as far as I'm concerned. I'm happy when they do stuff like that. That causes them to have infighting and make them crash and burn. So yeah, I'm happy about that. But yeah, he definitely can be one. But yeah, let's keep it going.
It's frustrating. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, like these people are, so someone has to lead them, right?
Oh, okay. Are the Anglo white supremacists they mentally infirmed and they need the Jewish white supremacists?
I had that argument. No, I mean, like I'm willing to work with anyone, whether you're Anglo.
Yes, Russia is Eastern Europe. It's just that it's also Asia. Like the main part where the Russian people live at, St. Petersburg and Moscow, that is in Europe. The rest of the empire is in Asia.
Or Irish or whatever, as long as you're smart enough. Like I judge people based on their intelligence. That's what I care about.
Okay, because the white supremacists, the Anglo ones, are always calling up here telling us how Jewish people are not white, and
Yeah, no.
they say that all the time, and you have proof of that. Many of them are.
Yeah, no. I think they're wrong about that. But I mean, yeah, Ashkenazi at least are mostly white European. I mean, it depends. Some of them, like Ben Shapiro, maybe less so, but a lot of them have like blonde hair, blue eyes. It's like, you know.
Let me get my brother. Where's Robbie? Robbie, let me get Robbie Blue in here real quick to chop it up with you too, brother Robbie. You hop on in, Robbie.
I just had a quick question for you. You said that you live in California now, right?
Yeah.
Do you live in a predominantly white neighborhood there in California?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because you said that, when you lived in Detroit, it seems to me like maybe your family was kind of struggling. So you definitely were kind of like poor when you came here. Or was your family wealthy?
No, we were really poor when we came here.
Okay, so that's what makes my colon power is that you can come here, struggle, take advantage of all the benefits through immigration, right? That some of our people fought for. Then you're hyper fixated on this whole idea of like, I guess, white genocide. But you guys typically live in like predominantly white neighborhoods where if you saw a black person, it's like a Bigfoot sighting. The people who are like the biggest threat to white people are not people who look like me. It'll be people who claim that they're fake Christians, that
We're not hearing this coach trying to appeal to this dude's sensibilities. Fahima, shout out to you in the building. I did not see the article you sent me. I did not see it. Like I haven't been on Twitter. I'm about to go start checking it. I'm sorry. Like for some reason I just haven't been on Twitter. But yeah, we about to check this out. I mean, we about to finish this.
engage in pedophilia. They mistreat women. Then there's this whole hierarchical system where people want to point fingers at Negroes and everybody else, but they don't have enough system sense to understand how capitalism is exploiting the hell out of everybody. So what I don't understand is like, how can somebody be so asphyxiated on black folks and they don't even like live around black people to even, in other words, black people live in their imagination, but nobody.
This dude is doing a lot of crying. When you gonna stand on business and really go in on him? If this had been a black immigrant, y'all will be going in, talking about his homeland, all this other stuff. You trying to appeal to this white man's sensibilities. Like, well, listen, why do you feel this way about us? We didn't do anything to you. We don't even live in your neighborhoods. We never did anything to you. Why don't you, why y'all don't worry about all the violence and all the problems happening in your own community? Like, a white person would more likely have to be a victim of some type of bad thing by another white person. Y'all just need to stop. We not really y'all enemies like that. Cowards. This is cowardly. This is cowardly. Exactly. Cowards. They are cowards.
even lives in your zip code to bring down your housing, the value of your homes. We're not in your police departments. We're not even messing around with white women. And that's another thing that mind boggles me. If the aim is to win the hearts and minds of white women live right there in your zip code. So how are you guys having problems with, pulling white women? Make it make sense.
Well, I mean, like, so so it wasn't like just like on July 4th, like in Newport Beach, like a bunch of people like took over the beach and then they started like rioting, or maybe not rioting, but they were like, destroying like the grocery store, stuff like that.
White.
Right? But it wasn't white people. I'm not sure. Was it blacks? Was it Mexicans?
You didn't answer my question. I'm not talking about some isolated event. I'm talking about on every single day. There's 365 days out of the year. Let me tell you something. Women don't like to hear men whine about another man. At least for us culturally, we just step our game up and we get inspired by others. But when I'm on this app, it's nothing but C4, a bunch of crypto crying Christian. First, they get into crypto and they feel stupid because they get rugged. Then they start doing drugs and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden they find Jesus. And then they start having these Marvel origin stories. And y'all like come to Black Daddy and whine and complain. And then if they don't blame the Juby Jews, they're blaming all these bankers and everything. It's like people are fixated on other people's bank accounts. And then all of a sudden it's like they look at Pornhub and get PTSD. Oh my God, one of those Negroes are going to rearrange.
Oh my God, man. This is we got to listen to this. Oh yeah, you out of here. Bye. I mean, I could probably just bang you. Yeah, I'll just bang you. You out of here. This is a lot of crying, bro. A lot of crying. You trying, like they talking to this dude like he the president of white people. Trying to, like, y'all talking like he the president of white people, trying to convince him that black people ain't really y'all enemy. We ain't really trying to hurt y'all. That's your own imagination. Y'all need to just stop, thinking about this and blah, 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 blah. Can't make this up. Cannot make this up. Shout out to everybody in the building, by the way.
Your guts. We're not even thinking about you guys in that regard. We're not even chasing white women, but there is a real big problem when you got white women who don't want to procreate with white men who seem to have impulse control. And it's like, if white girls stop swallowing and white dudes stop doing anal sex, maybe y'all have more kids.
Damn. Yep. There it is. Thank you, Robbie.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's get Hajat.
Yeah, that was a lot of coke. Even the white dude didn't even address it. Like, you just sitting here crying like a little hoe. Nobody don't care about none of that shit you was saying, bozo. Like, come on now. This is ridiculous. Where that mighty, mighty FBA spirit at? Where that mighty, mighty FBA spirit at? And also, again, family, if you got a membership from Justin March, make sure you thank him. Make sure you thank him. And get your own membership, too. If hit that join button. Let's keep it going.
Hajat. Mr. Hajat. Hajat Ula. Okay, Mr. Hajat, you just putting up a bunch of signs and you're not saying nothing, sir. Okay. I am God.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? Happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much, man. How are you?
You're welcome. I'm doing great, man. I had a question for Agent 47, if that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. So I heard you talk about the black population in the future, and it really kind of sparked a question for me. And here in the United States, white men account for about 28% of the population, but you're over 70% of the suicides right now. Additionally, from what I can see, there's a low sperm count problem. Your children are not having sex before the age of 30, if at all. Your sons don't want your women. And then if I track my history, Malcolm X always talked about whites in general on a global level being 15 to 20% of the population. And currently you're 8% or less. So I guess my question is, what is your plan for survival?
This is nonsense. Do you see these bozos calling up here trying to put their best fake intellectual voice on? Trying to sound so sophisticated while talking to this white man? Like, you can't make this up, man. This is FBA. This is what I always told y'all. I'm happy there's so many people in the building. They could see this. I told y'all this is who FBA always was. They super militant, super tough when they talking to other black people. But when the white men show up, any old wrinkly dusty white man show up, now everybody's super duper respectful. Now everybody want to have an intellectual conversation. Now people know how to talk without calling names and all this other stuff. You can't make this up. I told y'all, man. I told y'all. People got to give it up to me. I already told y'all what this was about. See, this is where Garfield and all these other not Garfield, excuse me, Godfrey and all these other brothers and sisters messed up. Y'all tried to talk to these people like they was honest brokers, like they was arguing in good faith, like these were just people. Y'all was just having a disagreement that can be talked out and worked out. Is because y'all both ultimately want to see the same things happen for black people. Y'all both ultimately want to see the best thing happen for black people. But I told people from the beginning, that's not true. That's not true. These people are our enemies. FBA, ADOS, Freedmen, all those bozos are the enemies. They the enemies. Yes, some people get caught up and get tricked. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the hardcore ones who watch Tariq every day, who make memes, who call people tethers and all this other stuff. Yeah, they ops. This should show you right here and there. Do not waste time talking to these people. Do not waste time trying to have an honest discussion with these people. Like, well, let me concede some points and let you concede some points. And yeah, we can meet in the middle. No, that's not what they're about.
I mean, honestly, if we had borders, and we didn't do the mass immigration, like, yeah, things would maybe decrease for a while, but eventually they would stabilize and everything would be fine. But yeah, if you just didn't have all the mass immigration, things would stabilize at a lower population level. And yeah, when you look globally, it's not just happening to white people in America. This is happening all across the world. It's just that we're further in the process than some other places.
No, I think that's my point, is that you are in the midst currently of an existential crisis between, 75% of melanoma, 70% of suicides, low sperm count, children not having, your kids not having children. Again, if we talk about Malcolm X, we're talking 50, 60 years ago, and your global population is in half.
Like, you don't have to reference Malcolm X for the global population. You can just look that up now. See, you're trying to more legitimize your nonsense. But yeah, Malcolm X would never bang with nobody like you. You're a bozo. Shout out to Fahima. What did you say? Of course, Tariq got attack dogs. That's what I thought. I thought at least one of his attack dogs who came up here was gonna go in on the white dude. No, none of them. Super respectful. We got respectful Nasheed and respectful FBA talking to a white man who's sitting around, who just came here in 1995, sitting around calling black people the N-word and all this other stuff. Using the N-word. I should say, because they somebody be like, oh, he didn't technically call somebody the N-word. He just used it. Yeah, he used the N-word. Can't make this up. Shout out to Naps in the building. Go subscribe to his channel. Oh, you said Godfrey is on the menu. It's on their menu. I know, but Godfrey did that to himself by trying to be their friend, by trying to middle ground stuff with them, trying to say, well, I talk about this and I talk about that, and I'm trying to bring people together. You can't bring people together with a bigot. You can't do that. You can't. I tried to explain that to people, but they didn't want to listen. Gotta learn the hard way. Let's get back to this.
That is that trajectory, at least from my math, doesn't bode very well. So I'm
Well, I
curious.
mean, like I said, the same thing's happening in China. Like if you look at China,
and that's
they're all
fine.
but
you're okay.
But that's happening all across the world.
I don't want you to pivot and further explain the question to me. I'm talking about. I get the problem. I was defining the problem for you.
Yeah,
the question is,
we just need borders.
With all your over focus on blacks in the black neighborhoods and what happens in black neighborhoods, it would just seem to me that you have a greater crisis that your community could benefit from you actually focusing on.
Well, there are two different issues. Like there's all the crime, all the problems caused by blacks, and there's also the issues with how the sexuality is.
So when you talk about white people dying or being murdered, what percentage of them are being murdered by other white people?
I honestly don't know.
It's roughly 85%.
That's fine. Like I said, it doesn't change anything. Like you go to
Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Exactly. Once the white boy was like, I'm not into pussy, Tariq lost interest in this conversation. He was trying to fly him out. Ain't nobody silly. He was trying to fly him out.
These black neighborhoods, they're too dangerous for us to live in.
But I'm not talking about the black neighborhoods. I'm talking about the white neighborhoods where you kill your family and children, and that's what I mean. I'm saying within your people, proximity crime, white people killing white people, is 80 to 85%.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's correct, but whatever. Even if it is, that's fine. Like, these are two different issues. Like,
so then how could you focus on the black community when you have such existential problems facing you and your community?
well,
Do you think that those problems are facing you in that way? I mean, hell, you're trying to block out the sun right now, right? So I'm just curious, do you think that those problems are facing you that way because you're not actually focused on your survival?
I'm just surprised you guys are coping this hard. Like, why can't you just be honest?
This is not coping. I'm asking you about math. See, you want to talk about the black community, but I don't see where you have any authority or you earn any credibility to talk about that. So my curiosity is, white man, tell me about the white community and your survival plan.
I already
Or are
told
you
you
just going to grasp for straws?
if we just had borders, the population would decline for at least for the foreseeable future, but eventually it would stabilize. Like, if we just had borders, it's not that complicated.
And you think borders would stop your extinction?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. I think you should continue on that route. Thank you, Brother Tariq.
Thank you so much. I appreciate.
Oh my God, this was stupid. Like, he thought he owned him by saying, "Well, oh, you think borders will stop your extinction?" Well, I made my point. This is who people watch, by the way. This is who people watch. They watch this. There's an adult somewhere who watched this. I mean, excuse me, listen to this and thought it made sense. Thought, yeah, Tariq got some smart people around him. Y'all really teaching. Y'all really doing this. Y'all really doing that. You can't make this up. Shout out to Justin March. You notice that nobody ever told him go back to Russia, right? Do it all. Do the N-word. Do the black people commit the most crime. Do this and that. Black people destroyed Detroit. All this stuff he's saying. Never once did they say, hey, why don't you go back to Russia? If you don't like what black people are doing, how about you go back to Russia? You said, did I know that Professor Tariq slandered Professor James Smalls? Is that new? Because again, that was like the last time I heard him talking about him was like last year. Yeah, everybody already knew that he was going in on Professor James Small. He took him out of Hitting Color 6. But unless you're talking about something new, can't make this up. They ain't never gonna tell him go fix Russia. That's out. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter in the building. You already know, red, black, and green. You already know. You already know also BYB. This is why I started the BYB project. We can't have this anymore. We cannot have this. Shout out to One Ready to Go. FBA is definitely cowards. Definitely cowards. Definitely cowards. I know, but that's the thing. He had to use some discernment and realize these people are ops. Trying to sit down and talk to these bozos is like trying to sit down and talk about some black stuff with Candace Owens, Clarence Thomas, Jesse Lee Peterson, and all those other dudes. All those other people. That's why he's so hurt, because he really thought these dudes was on some black stuff, and it was just a misunderstanding. And they going hard after him. They trying to get people to stop watching him. They trying to cancel him. And you know, Godfrey is independent. So if they could drop them numbers, they drop in that bag. They making his bag go away. They making his bag go away. They ain't dropping the bag off. They dropping the bag off a cliff. So yeah.
Appreciate you. So, Mr. Agent 47, you're saying that closing the borders would kind of help. I don't know, because if, again, right now your birth rates are at the point of no return. So even if you would
they're not at the point of no, they're decreasing. But no, there are people that are getting married, that are having kids. It's just not. It's just a smaller percentage of us.
Yeah, because I think it's like at a negative right now. It's like a negative birth rate. So you're the white supremacists are dying off faster than they're being born.
This is a grown man right now, bro. Supposed to be super black, super FBA, having the most respectful conversation you ever heard, man. This is disgusting, beyond disgusting. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Nano in the building. Think that's calm drop? Yeah, calm drop. This is disgusting. This is beyond sad. Beyond sad. They ain't bend the knee. They bent over and pulled their pants down for the devil. Exactly. Like, this is disgusting. I can't do this no more.
So many experts are saying that that's just irreversible at this point, but I don't know. So do you think the solution is to become more hostile because you're already a global minority? You're going to be a minority here in the United States. How do you think that's going to fare?
Like I said, like, so I do think like these are the main reasons that I'm a quote unquote white nationalist is, yeah, like it's these are the problems that as white people become a minority, we are going to lose power. And obviously, I think that's a bad thing. And I think we will be unsafe. I think when there's, these types of riots, again, whether you think they're justified or not, but there's always these race riots every generation, whether it's BLM, Rodney King, MLK, whatever. When that happens in the future and we're a minority, very likely we're going to be killed. Like, very likely we'll have pogroms or genocides. And that's the main reason why I'm a white nationalist. I do not want to be, 80 years old as a white male in a diverse nation where I'm accused of being evil for colonization and slavery. I think that's a bad future. That's really my main reason for being a white nationalist.
Okay, yeah, and I respect the honesty. It's a very honest answer. And is that why you?
Oh my God, bro. Yeah, we about to have to get off this. I can't take no more of this. We might have to do a part 2 of this. I'm gonna let this go a little bit longer, but come on now. You can't make this up. Tariq sitting here letting this bozo say this nonsense, and then he's sitting here agreeing with it like it somehow give black people power or make us special or something like that. Can't make this up. Make sure y'all supporting the stream any way y'all can.
You've brought up South Africa. You've kind of made us comparable to South Africa. What do you think the difference is with South Africa and foundational Black Americans? What do you think?
Now, look, I'm happy I didn't click off. Tariq is now asking this white man for what he thinks is the difference between FBA and South Africans. So the white man talk about black people destroying everything they go. You want to argue against it when he talking about black people in America, but you are in full agreement when you talking about South Africa. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. I got to bring this back. So nobody can say I'm lying. I'm going to let this play.
Negative right now. It's like a negative birth rate. So the white supremacists are dying off faster than
we are going to lose power. And obviously, I think that's a bad thing. Accused of being evil for colonization and slavery. I think that's a bad future. That's really my main reason for being a white nationalist.
Okay, yeah, and I respect the honesty. It's a very honest answer. And is that why you've brought up South Africa? You've kind of made us comparable to South Africa. What do you think the difference is with South Africa and foundational Black Americans? What do you think is the difference, in your opinion?
I'm pretty sure you guys are more mixed with white, right? Isn't that the difference?
Does that even count? I mean, there's some white mixed.
What's your DNA test? Have you done it? What is yours?
Got some shit from France and England in there, so it's in there. Even when I do my lineage on ancestry, I run into some English ancestors who were clearly some slave owners. But I'm just talking about the whole disposition of the foundational Black American population as they compare to the South African population. Because South Africans...
Look at that. Again, the white man push racism. Because remember, what do they white people say? Oh, black people in America got an average of an 85 IQ. And people in Africa got an average of what? 65 IQ? And the only reason there's an IQ difference is because black people in America, what they say, like what, a quarter or like 25% white or something like that, 30% white, the average black person in America. And this white dude just said that. And Tariq basically co-signed it by saying, yeah, you know, I did my DNA test, which was supposed to be fake, by the way. But Tariq did his DNA test, and he's proud of that DNA test. And I did my ancestry, and I did my lineage. And yeah, you know, there's white in there. And, you know, they were slave owners. Like, this is him agreeing with this. You agreeing with the notion, bro. Yeah, you agreeing with it. Like, you can't make this up. And why would you even want to care about what a white nationalist got to say? Imagine a white nationalist asking a black person, well, what do you think about Germans compared to Swedes? This is legendary. I'm happy I decided to start the show off with this, and I'm happy I kept playing it. Can't make this up.
There's white South Africans who are a minority there. They're relatively safe. All this stuff about white South Africans being harmed, I've been over there. These people are living high off the hog over there. So is your concern that we over here don't have the same disposition as the South African black people? Is that a concern?
Can you use English? I don't want to use disposition. What is that in English?
Oh, okay. Because I forgot your Soviet attitude, like your whole attitude, your whole vibe, your whole
vibe.
Yeah, like your vibe, energy, just the way you are as a group.
Yeah, like I said, I just think that when we're a minority, people are going to say, hey, you know, all our wealth is illegitimate. It was all, you know, created through slavery or colonization, and that we got to pay reparations for that stuff. I think that's going to be our future.
Oh, so you feel like you're going to get your ass whooped?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But do you agree? People are greedy. People are selfish. They look for ways to take advantage of other folks. They look for ways to get money. And yeah, guilt tripping whites till the end of time is a very easy way to get money from whites. I think that's going to be the future, especially because so many white people are still going to have a lot of control over the industries.
Isn't that a projection? I mean, that's how the whites got it, right?
Yeah, fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's just how humans are. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so if you're okay with that, you're not okay with the retributive ass whooping?
Yeah, of course. I want the money for myself. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to. I mean, I'm not even rich. I'm actually quite poor. But yeah, like I don't want other people to do that to us.
Okay. Well, wouldn't the right thing to do would produce justice to say, hey, look, we're about to.
Oh my God, bro. Now you sitting here trying to get this poor white man. This is a white dude who told you he poor, man. He told you he poor, but you still sitting here meat riding him, talking to him like he the president of white people. He the emperor of white folks. Like, you having this whole long drawn out conversation with somebody who's not a part of an organization, who don't got no power, who don't got no influence, who don't got no wealth, who don't got nothing. He just up here just talking about how y'all inferior to him, and you legitimizing it by having this whole conversation with him. Man, can't make this up.
Be a minority pretty soon. These Black Americans don't really play games like that. They're not like the South Africans. So we can't try to abuse them as a minority. So why don't we just try to make good and do the right thing and give them those reparations so that when you become a minority, things are all gravy.
It's never going to be, even if I wanted to, obviously I don't agree with that, but even if I did, I would just say it would never be enough. It's never going to be enough.
Really?
Yeah.
It'll be enough. Yeah.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it would. It would.
No, you won't be happy until you have I mean, honestly, like, this is one of the things I don't get with you. It's like, do you not like? It's like what you guys ultimately want is just a black nation. You want a nation with black people, with black police officers. You want the Wakanda. Like, this mixed race nation it's never going to make you guys happy either. Like, that's one thing I don't really understand. Like, why you're trying to make this diversity work. I don't get it.
That's a projection. We don't have a problem with other races. In fact, we were the ones helping other races out.
That's just bullshit. Like they had all those like what about in the universities? They had like those black only spaces because you had a bunch of these black kids who were, who grew up in these white neighborhoods. They never felt like what it felt like to be only around blacks and they wanted that.
Where?
Right? Like they had during the woke SJW stuff, they had these like black only spaces on all these college campuses, right?
No, they didn't. They had like Black Lives Matter chapters.
They did have black only spaces. Like Tariq don't even know what he's talking about. You sitting here trying to argue with this bozo, and you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, this is ridiculous. Exactly. This is a long conversation, and Tariq is being super respectful through the whole thing. Super respectful through the whole thing. And it's a nonsense conversation. Nonsense. Yeah, I'm really about to just say we got to just go and touch on something else. We come back to this. We do it tomorrow. I'm gonna let him finish up this point. But yeah, this is nonsense. Nonsense. Beyond nonsense. Thank you again. That's amazing for coming through with another 5. Yes, exactly. He's trying to get the white man to talk about delineation and trying to say that, yeah, y'all different breed than those other black people. Because you see how Tariq try to flip it to like, yeah, because we not like the South Africans. If y'all become a minority over here, yeah, we might, y'all can't control us. Like, come on. And the white dude keep rejecting this whole nonsense of delineation. In fact, the closest thing he ever did to co-sign it was like, yeah, y'all kind of a little bit smarter than the South Africans because y'all mixed with white blood. Can't make this up. And somebody asks, is the percentages numbers that high? No. That's just based on a lot of that is inflated, and the numbers that they do have is based on people who have taken a DNA test. So it's averages. So if a biracial take a DNA test, it gets averaged in with a black person who's not a biracial who took a DNA test. So that's why it looks that high. But yeah, let's keep it going.
But there was no black only spaces. No.
No, I don't think they had. I can double check that, but I thought they had black only spaces as well.
No. There's no black only spaces.
And like black only dorms, I think they had those.
No, there's not. I can promise you wasn't no black only dorms.
Okay, I'll double check, but okay.
That's not true, sir. Black people, we don't have a problem with other races of people because we don't have any reservations.
This is totally cucked stuff, Tariq. Why are you saying this stuff?
Because I'm
exactly. Tariq is cucked out. The white man just called Tariq out for being cucked out. You cucked out, bro.
Speaking the truth, sir.
No, this is horrible, dude. Like you're so out of date.
I'm out of date. You're an immigrant in my country, sir.
Yep. I'm a white tether.
Right, you're an immigrant, so you can't tell me.
Now Tariq is calling him an immigrant because now he getting frustrated. Let's see if Tariq fight back to like you an immigrant in my country, and the white guy say, "Yep, I'm a white tether in this country." And what? That's how you got to respond though. When they try to tell you, "Oh, you in my country," I'm not. You got to just say, "So what?" And let them know, like, well, this is not even your country. This is not even your country. You don't tell me what to do. You don't run nothing here. I don't got to answer to you.
About my nation that my family built, right?
No, I'm still gonna do that. I'm that type of person.
Yeah, but you got to be the kind of person who sits his ass down and learn something, especially if you're a guest in somebody's country. You can't tell me about my country, sir.
But here's the problem: with white people are moving away from this. We're fine with all races. Like white people are moving over towards, yeah, we want a white nation. We want white spaces. We think that's where we're headed. So it's just weird that you're still saying this stuff.
Don't want a white nation. If you wanted a white nation, your family would have stayed in broke ass Soviet Union.
My parents thought they were moving to a white nation, but they didn't realize they didn't even know black people lived in America when they brought us here.
Bullshit. That's bull.
No, it's true.
That's BS because those Russians over there are running around acting like us. They're dancing like us over there. You got so many Russian break dancers and pop.
That's not true. That's not true. A lot of people didn't know they were like actually black people still in America for a long, long time. Like before the 2000s, a lot of people didn't know. They were white people in America, born and raised in America, who never even saw a black person with their own 2 eyes for a long time. For a long time.
Fuckers, they know what a black American is. They emulate us over there all the time.
But yes, but yeah. So basically, you're for diversity. You're for like mixed racing. You're for all this stuff. Is that correct?
I'm for Black empowerment first. I want to be protected from hostile white supremacists. That's what I'm for, protecting myself from that. Everything else is secondary. I could really give a damn one way or another. I just don't want Black people being harmed arbitrarily because of white insecurity. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And it's
And then when it's like, when you have like these white people that are killed by blacks, you have no sympathy for that. Is that correct?
yeah, I have sympathy. Nobody should kill anybody. There's no Black.
But what should the white community do to protect ourselves from black people?
You already have protection, sir. It's called the law in jail.
No, what about the Jim Crow? We want the Jim Crow back.
You're never going to get that back where you're just going to just arbitrarily harm us and nothing's going to happen. No.
I thought Tariq said he didn't care about Jim Crow coming back. And I thought Tariq and them was saying it would be a good thing if Jim Crow came back. So now y'all don't want segregation? Y'all don't believe in segregation no more? So when you talking to this white boy, you don't believe in segregation no more. Can't make this up.
That's not going to happen.
No. So like that arena, right? The white Ukrainian girl, she was on the metro or the bus and she got stabbed by that black guy, remember?
Uh-huh.
And that wouldn't have happened if we had Jim Crow. The black would have had to been in his own separate compartment and he wouldn't have been able to kill her.
Well, if he was crazy that shit, so he would have killed somebody. So he was crazy as hell.
But this is what we want. We don't want to be killed by black people anymore, Tariq.
You're not being killed by black people. Like,
she got killed by a black person.
A one-off. It's not
a one-off. It happens all the time.
No.
OJ Simpson killed his wife. Remember that?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. That's why he was found innocent.
No, he was found innocent because it was a black jury didn't want to convict him.
No, he was found innocent because a white supremacist tried to frame him.
He was not framed. He literally even wrote a book mocking her, saying, if I had done it.
That was a fake book. That was a fictional book.
It wasn't fiction. I mean, Tariq, why are you bothering with this stuff? Like, this is just like...
That's a lie.
Why can't you just be honest?
O.J. Simpson was 100% innocent. He didn't kill anybody. O.J. Simpson...
I was expecting you to be more strong than this. Like, I'm disappointed.
O.J. Simpson is 100% innocent. He didn't kill 2 people in 20 minutes, didn't get no scratches on him, and got rid of all the clothes that fast. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's a ridiculous timeline. They tried to frame.
Shout out to McKisley for coming through with the $2 from Canada. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Yes, a lot of Russian people don't even realize that. They don't.
Him, a white supremacist lead detective, Mark Furman, tried to set him up and frame him. And it didn't work. It backfired. All right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, fine.
Okay. So yeah, you got to stop all the white supremacists trying to harm black people. See, the kill.
Yeah. It's our fault. Okay, but yeah, I mean, I just don't think this is gonna work. Like, if this is what you're gonna say, I don't think people are gonna buy this stuff.
Nobody kills white supremacists. Supremacists kill millions of people in one swoop. You're from over there in the Ukraine, Soviet Union area. You know how many genocides over that y'all have had over there?
But isn't that a good reason for why white people shouldn't become a minority in America?
Sir, do you know how many genocides that you've committed over there?
I can't even listen no more. I'm sorry, family. I'm sorry. 1 in the chat to keep going. 2 in the chat to move on to something else. Let's do it. 1 in the chat to keep going. 2 in the chat to listen to something else. Because Tariq is blowing my brain when he keeps saying Soviet Union. Soviet Union is what you call it. It doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't. All right. I'm seeing more 1s than 2s, but I'm speeding Tariq up. I'm speeding them up a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna stay. But if it get any more crazier, we out. We're gonna give it like 10 more minutes and then we out.
Your region.
I know it's quite ironic. I know.
Stalin. How many people did Stalin kill? Was it about 10, 12? How many millions of people?
Isn't it like closer to 50? I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
20, something like that at least.
Yeah. That famine that they forced that famine over there. Were some of your ancestors a part of that?
You know what? That's actually probably why I'm alive today, because my ancestors were on the other side of the river, so they didn't experience the famine.
Yeah. Those who don't know, there was a forced famine that Stalin did over there with the Ukrainian people called the Holodomor. That's how it's pronounced?
Well, I guess it depends on your pronunciation, but it's like, what is it? Like Golodny, Golodomor, something like that.
Okay.
Whatever. It means like hunger, something like that. Hunger.
They forcibly starved, like, just
Yeah.
people over there. Crazy as cat shit. So yeah,
Yeah, nonsense. He's still talking about the Soviet Union. Ridiculous. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the 199. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, what does Tariq champion mean? I don't know. Tariq is a bozo. I don't know. I don't know. I think you asking why people advertising Tariq or something like that. I don't know. People are just stupid. They think Tariq sounds smart. Because like you just heard Tariq just mentioned the Holodomor. There's a bunch of people who never heard of it. So they probably think, oh, see, look how smart Tariq is. I'm learning so much from Tariq. No. Yeah, like come on now.
you don't want to talk about murders and stuff like that. You guys have a monopoly on that, sir, if you want to go there. But Mr. Agent, I respect your honesty. I give you that. I can respect your honesty. Let me get cousin Jerry on here because we'll get one.
We done. Somebody just said the ones cheated, and I just looked at it again. Yes, the ones did cheat. So yeah, 2s for the win. We'll cover this maybe tomorrow. I see where we at. We at the 42 minute mark and 15 seconds. We'll cover the rest of this because again, now he bringing in cousin Jerry. Like, come on, y'all FBA bozos. Tariq was supposed to go to bed, get his Popeyes, and get play with his nose, but he just boomed all that to talk to this racist white man, who again is not a part of any organization. He only speaks for himself. He's poor, and he's an immigrant who came here in 95. This bozo barely been in America for 20 years. And Tariq did this whole conversation with him. Never would Tariq have spent this much time talking to somebody else or been disrespectful. Never. But let's go on to some good news because you know I love good news. Let's go on to some good news. For all you who don't know, Kamala Harris is blowing everybody out. She's blowing everybody out. So yeah, let's get to this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Governor Gavin Newsom is in the swing state of Nevada tonight. The 3-day trip is the kickoff to a national campaign tour to boost Democratic candidates ahead of the November midterms and potentially Newsom's own national profile ahead of a possible 2028 presidential run.
On this Friday with more, we are joined once again by Inside California Politics host Nikki Lorenzo. Happy Friday to you, Nikki. Okay, so what does the trip say about Newsom's road ahead and how leaders in the state, especially Republicans, reacting?
Happy Friday. Great to be with you, Cher and John. So, yeah, Governor Newsom campaigning there for Democrats. That's what his office is saying ahead of the midterm elections. Key state in Nevada. No surprise there. Testing his cachet still. Look, we have been talking for, I feel like, years now about Governor Newsom and his ambitions for 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This could be the first step. I will say the governor's race in Nevada is closely watched. It's going to be the tightest governor's race in the country. So Governor Newsom's going to be campaigning for the Democrat there who's trying to unseat a Republican. But again, a big state, Nevada, a lot of Democrats visiting there recently, former Vice President Kamala Harris, and also Congressman Ro Khanna, who is seen as a 2028 hopeful. Reaction pouring in from state Republicans, firing back, saying Newsom should be focused on things here at home, issues of affordability, and also homelessness. California Assembly Republicans blasting him on social media. I want to get the quote right here, guys. It says, if California is the model Gavin Newsom wants to sell the country, why are so many Californians choosing?
I gotta speed this up. Gotta find the Kamala part. You see where we at? Yeah, let's find the Kamala part. Matter of fact, let's let it keep it going.
Using Nevada instead.
All right. Well, despite his best efforts to squash speculation, Newsom, of course, has been a presumptive presidential candidate for years now. But as Politico reports today, his trip comes as he, quote, loses altitude in early Democratic presidential polls. Let's take a look at some of those numbers. A few primary polls out this week showing kind of the same thing. Newsom support just half the support of Kamala Harris, 18 to 35 in a new Qantas poll and 15 to 29 in a JL Partners poll. So, Nikki, did Newsom support peak to?
Yes, that's what I wanted to show y'all. Kamala Harris is still blowing him out. Like I explained to people, I said Kamala's going to run again, and she's basically going to get the nomination with ease. Oh, don't let none of these FBA bozos, none of these weirdo lefties try to convince you that nobody wants Kamala Harris. People want Kamala Harris. People want her to do what she promised she was going to do. Yes, people want that. People definitely want that. There's a lot of people who still support Kamala Harris. And as you can see, it's right there. Don't let the internet fool you. This is what I said was going to happen. This is one of the main reasons the white lefties are trying to change where the primary starts. Because like I said, if the primary starts in South Carolina, Kamala Harris will be the Democratic nominee for president. The only way to stop Kamala Harris from getting the nomination for president is for the nomination process to start somewhere outside of South Carolina. That's why you even got the DNC chair, the new DNC chair, talking about trying to get the primaries out of South Carolina. That's why they're trying to get it out of there. Because anybody, like I said, I've been told people, I'm right again. Kamala Harris will always have the majority of the support. It's never going to be a time where somebody got more support than Kamala Harris. It doesn't work like that. The only way she loses is if you take the primary out of South Carolina. If you start the primary like they've been starting it with Obama, Hillary, Biden, if they start it like that, Kamala Harris is going to win. I'm so happy to be vindicated because people kept saying, oh, her support is drying up. Oh, Kamala just need to go away. Oh, nobody's really rocking with Kamala. That's a lie. That's internet. You don't really know politics if you're saying stuff like that. You're coping. But yeah, let's let them finish up.
Too soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the school of thought right now. You look, he has been on the national stage as part of the conversation after the election where Kamala Harris lost, President Trump won the election. A lot of folks in the Democratic Party were wanting a fighter, and nobody was really filling that void. Governor Newsom said, I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to, pick up the torch. And we've talked about it on the show several times. He started with the tweets, firing back at President Trump. He said he was holding up a mirror to the president, mimicking him in a way and using humor. He launched Prop 50 around this time last year, the gerrymandering effort that we had here in the state of California that saw a big win in November. And he's been part of the national conversation as someone that could be a leader in the 2028 contest. It's interesting. I had Leland Vittert of News Nation on Inside California Politics this week, and we had this conversation, and he compared him to Ron DeSantis, which I found interesting because those two hate each other. They're rivals. They debated in the last election cycle, and he basically said he was a favorite among Democrats, but he got overexposed. And look what happened to Ron DeSantis. So he said that's what's happening to him right now. Since there's a lot of focus on the betting markets, guys.
He's not suffering from overexposure. He's suffering from the fact that Black people are still like the go-to group, the backbone of the Democratic Party, especially we talking about primaries. You can't beat the Black favorite. Whoever's the Black favorite and you start the primary system through South Carolina is going to win the nomination. There's no other way around it. There's no other way around it. So again, when people kept saying, oh, Kamala, nobody's paying attention to her, her campaign is falling off, blah, 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 blah. All this stuff she's doing for no reason. It's going to be Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance. That was always lies. I always maintain that there's not going to be no Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance unless you, again, take the primary out of South Carolina. Behind the seal. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why are you saying that you're going to vote for Republicans if Kamala runs? Kamala Harris is Black. She's not only Black, her whole family is a part of Black Black royalty in America. Not only that, Black nobility. I'll say Black nobility, yeah. But not only that, Kamala Harris is the most accomplished black woman in American history. Most accomplished. There's no black woman more accomplished than Kamala Harris. Just like Obama is the most accomplished black man in American history. She is not dumb. You must be trolling or you must be FBA, one or the other. But no. That's not true. That's not true at all. Kamala Harris always been black. She never started being black. That's propaganda. That's propaganda that she only claims blackness when she's running for elections. That's propaganda. That's a lie. Do I got to show the video of Kamala Harris being sworn in with the Congressional Black Caucus? Do we got to show her when she was doing with Tara Smiley with the State of the Black Union? She wasn't running for nothing then when she was doing all that. We got to stop that. We got to stop that. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Guys, I will bring this up. About 5 hours ago, Kalshi Politics posted on X saying that Gavin Newsom dipped below 20% in the 2028 Dem presidential odds. That's his lowest point since August of last year.
Interesting. Okay, well, meanwhile, Newsom revealed this week that he and first partner Jen Siebel Newsom hired a private attorney amid that apparent DOJ probe. Now, it's been almost a month since Newsom announced the probe, but we still know nothing about specifics. What do you make of this drip, 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 but with no real answers or clarity?
Yeah, this is a weird one, too, especially from the jump. You see the governor come out with that video on social media announcing that there is this investigation, and there hasn't really been a lot of details in it from the governor, from the first partner. She was even asked about it at the unveiling of the presidential library for President Obama that was on cable news, and she dodged the question there. Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, has been asked for specifics about it because Governor Newsom is claiming that this is politically motivated, that close associates and friends have been contacted here in Sacramento, that the FBI has shown up out there.
Kamala Harris never hid the fact that she was black. Never. Since when did Kamala Harris ever hide the fact that she was black? That's fake. That's fake. Nobody can, you can't substantiate that. Through her whole political career, it was always known that she was black. She was always celebrated also as being the first black person or first black woman or first black person and first black woman to do a lot of things. Like, she never hid that. But yeah, let's keep it going. This is good news.
When asked for specifics, he just pivots to that this is President Trump targeting him. I will say there are several reports from several outlets that have said that this started before President Trump came into office for the second time. But I will tell you that he has been fundraising off of this.
All right, let's pivot to the LA mayor's race, Nikki. Spencer Pratt came in third last month, but he hasn't ended his political involvement. Lately, he's been...
That's enough of that. I just wanted to cover that. I know people are going to be crying about this. I can't wait to cover those videos of all the people making videos crying about these new numbers out and trying to say, oh, coping, saying because they said Kamala was done. Now they're going to be like, oh, she needs to go. We need to do this. And they're going to be attacking black people. Watch out for the videos of white lefties attacking black people. Because again, all this Kamala Harris support that you've seen is coming from one group and one group only, black people. And watch out for all the FBA bozos who are going to pretend that it's actually white liberals who are giving Kamala all this support. Can't make this up. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yes, they just repeating what they heard about her not being black. There's no way to substantiate that claim. No way. Like I challenge anybody to try to debate me or prove that Kamala Harris was hiding her blackness and nobody knew she was black, and she only started talking about being black when she was running for president. I challenge anybody on that one. Shout out to the hood mistress in the building. Shout out to the hood mistress in the building. Yeah, let's speaking of what's he? Oh yeah, you know Vosh gonna have a meltdown because he was one of the main people pushing that. He was one of the main people pushing that. So yeah, so we're gonna get ready for his least anti-black rant when he went on, because he's gonna have the least anti-black response to those numbers. Of course, her mistress, because you in California. She made most of her black history in California. First black woman to become attorney general. I think she was the first black person to become attorney general not attorney general, excuse me. District attorney. First black woman to become district attorney of San Francisco. First black person to become district attorney of San Francisco. What else? First black person to become a senator, U.S. senator. Oh, I'm skipping something. First black person to become attorney general of a state. Excuse me, of California. Dak, I'm getting all her accomplishments mixed up because she had so many. She was the first of so many. First district attorney, first attorney general, first U.S. senator, first black woman vice president. She was the first of so much. First of so much. Her father is black. Her father is black. That's the one. We know she half Indian. Again, she never hid her identity. Also, the first black person to become attorney general for California. Like she's mixed. It's not that deep. All these criticisms of Kamala Harris you could have levied against Barack Obama and more, but nobody did it. That's how you know this is a psyop. This is fake. This is a psyop. Barack Obama got a Kenyan father, a white mother, and was born in Hawaii, lived in Indonesia. If the primary starts in South Carolina, she will be the Democratic nominee for president. She will be it. The only way that she's not going to be the nominee is if she personally messes it up. That's the only way. Otherwise than that, she's going to be it. All things, unless we have like some type of black swan event and that primary start the same way it started for Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and Barack Obama, she's going to get the nomination. Exactly. And not only that, her parents was a part of the group with the dude who created Kwanzaa. If I'm not mistaken, Kamala Harris' parents was at the first Kwanzaa ever. The first Kwanzaa celebration ever, her parents were there. That's why when people say, oh, make fun of her to my, oh, you celebrate Kwanzaa? Yes, her family literally had played a role in the creation of Kwanzaa. Like, you can't make this up. Thank you for that 5, you son. That's amazing. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But yeah, we about to, speaking of people being mad, shout out to Justin March in the building. I was waiting for you to come in the building so I could touch on this. Shout out to you, bro. Because let me switch this. This is FD Signifier. Remember, we watched this video a little bit. We was having a little conversation where people were saying I was getting some things wrong about FD Signifier and his stances. But you know what? I acknowledge to the people that I'm not the FD Signifier expert, so maybe I am getting something wrong. So we left it alone. But shout out to Justin Marsh. He wanted me to touch on this part of the video. This part of the video where he's trying to say that FD Signifier explains why white lefties are so attached to Graham Platner, who has been faded. He bumped himself out the rotation. He stepped down. He's a bozo. But yeah, let's get to this. Shout out to you, bro. My first moderator. Thank you for all the support.
For men to engage with, because Bear is emblematic of the actual conflict of masculinity, where you know all the rules that you're supposed to follow, but you aren't really invested in those rules. Graham Platner represents an idealized male archetype to a lot of white online leftists. He is the guy that they imagine themselves as, both in the presentation and the aesthetics, but also in the sketchy past. It doesn't surprise me when you consider that one of BreadTube's main thrust and initiatives from its inception that has only probably recently calmed down is we're going to rehabilitate the alt-right. We're going to rehabilitate the Nazis. We're going to get the edgelords and the Redditors and the 4chaners. And we're going to rehabilitate them with facts and logic.
Facts. He's right about that. Ever since I even been watching politics on YouTube, I always wondered why people kept insisting that these people were racist or just like, just bumbling idiots who just don't got everything together. And if we just teach them the facts and logic or whatever the case may be, we can rehabilitate them. And it's like, I was always of the mind that no, you can't rehabilitate them because one, a lot of them are not really that stupid. They're just plain stupid. Also, somebody who is truly wants to be rehabilitated and don't want to be a hateful bigot, that's something they got to do on their own. On top of that, this information is out there. It's like if you can get online and find information to justify your hatred, if you really wanted to know, if you was really an honest broker of truth, you would have found more information to disprove that. Like, how much information you got to ignore to justify being a racist in America? Just justify being a racist, period. You know how much science, how much history, how much news you got to ignore to justify that? But yes, that was their mission, to rehabilitate racist white people. This is why they keep talking about we got to create this broad coalition. We leaving too many people out. Who are the people we leaving out? Racist white people, they family, they friends, who they want to save. Who they want to save, that they want to be on the good side. And Graham Platner represented that. That's why he created this movement that you never seen before. Like, think about the groundswell of support. He broke so many records with the support he had. You know why? It was a bunch of racist white people who say, you know what? Yeah, I like him. I see myself in him. And you know what? I like those economic policies too. That's what it represented. But yeah, let's get back to this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
And don't get me wrong, it's not bad to say, hey, young chud, edgelord, shitty guy, stop that. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to say, hey, let me model for you. Let me teach you, let me explain to you why what you're doing is awful. For a lot of these folks, for too many, I don't know how many. I'm not going to say the majority, probably, but I'm not going to say that. But for too many.
Yep, he never had a redemption arc. They tried to force one. And again, a lot of people in their mind, Platner had a redemption arc, and he represented their redemption arc. Like, he represented their redemption arc. A lot of people was living vicariously through Platner. Like I'm just like him. Yeah, I say racist things. Yeah, I say sexist things. Yeah, I might have essayed somebody here and there. Might have said some inappropriate things, some inappropriate text message. Yeah, I might have been a Blackwater mercenary. Yeah, I might have thought about doing stuff like that. But you know what? I got good economic policies. Even the lady who came out and said that Platner scraped her was like, well, I was afraid to come out and say this because he really got such good economic policies. That's another thing I kept telling these people. Exactly. Redemption through by association. But that's what I keep telling a lot of these black leftists too, that a lot of these white people that they trying to be cool with and that they following behind the white lefties and they trying to get all these other white people, they only care about the economics, bro. A lot of people who are joining this new left or whatever the case may be, they only doing it for economic purposes. They don't care about social issues. This is why they constantly down talk social issues. You just had Hassan talking about how he don't really care about social issues like that. You got people talking about woke 1 and how we got to get rid of it and how we got to do woke 2 and all this other nonsense. They don't care about our social issues, bro. They don't care about black identity politics. They don't care about identity politics at all. The only reason they joining this side, this new wave, is for the economic reasons. Just like before, the Democratic Party clinked up and started that whole great progressive era under FDR. How did they do it? With just economic policy. They didn't do it by saying, well, we're going to get social change. None of that. None of that at all. That's how we got here. And that's what they was trying to bring us back. And that's why I kept saying that I'm not jacking this new left, because it involves black people being left out ultimately because they don't care about our issues. It's either our issues get put to the back burner or they just start removing our issues. Or start agreeing with Republicans on our issues. That's why I do the BYB. Remember, the first B is black. The first B is black because we care about black issues, man. Black identity politics. That's what I'm pushing. I ain't pushing nothing else. Black identity politics. That's what I'm doing.
For how the space operates right now, they weren't corrected. They were just fixed. There was not a full unpacking of those politics and those belief systems and the experiences that brought you to that position. They just replaced right-wing chud beliefs with left-wing chud beliefs and behavior. And so when we get left-wing chud messiah, they're like, I mean, I was a Nazi at 15. So who am I to judge him having a Nazi tattoo for most of his fucking life? Y'all couldn't clock Platner effectively because it required you to clock yourselves. And a lot of y'all haven't done that and aren't willing to do it. And the black folks clocked them immediately because whether you're in, and it's
incorrect. They did clock themselves, but they don't care. Like, again, this whole nonsense that they just didn't understand or they just didn't look at it the right way. No, they looked at it the right way. They saw themselves in Platner. They saw their family in Platner, and they was cool with what they saw. Yeah, the Nazi tattoo. Yeah, the being a mercenary. Yeah, the racism. Yeah, the sexism. Yeah, the rape apology. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. They saw that in themselves. They saw it in themselves. Yeah, they saw it, but they don't care. So yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it because that's like kind of excusing their behavior. There's no excuse for them supporting Platner. There's no excuse for them platforming Platner. No excuse. This is giving them an out where they just didn't analyze it right or they just didn't look at it properly. No, I'm not jacking that. Shout out to Miss C Payne in the building for coming through with the gift. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for coming through with the gift. Family, make sure y'all continue to support the stream any way y'all can. PayPal, Cash App, Super Things, Venmo. Make sure you dropping comments, thumbs up, sharing it, hitting that reaction heart, fire emojis. All support is good support. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns. Whole lot of engagement beat no engagement. Let's get back to this.
This is not a unique to the left. If you are black and around white people, you've seen this before. I don't care what your political background is. If you've been on a sports team, we are trained to clock this. I have conversations with my sons all the time on how to clock problematic white people.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah,
something.
Yeah, but that's it. But yeah, shout out to you again, Miss C Payne. But yeah, this whole nonsense about they don't understand that he was problematic. They completely understood he was problematic. I say that they even picked him because they knew he was problematic, so they could reach more problematic white people. That's the whole point of that. The whole point of Platner is to reach more problematic white people. That's it. That's it. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. The whole point of Platner was to reach the problematic white people. And I've been saying that even before there was a Platner. I said, if Kamala Harris loses, this is going to be one of the playbooks of the left. to start platforming these class reductionist, problematic white people. Okay, I'm banning you now. Like you had your chance to have conversations, and now you're getting banned. Because I guess I just guess that you just big mad, and you put up a monkey emoji too. Yeah, you out of here, faded, done. But you know what's also so funny about this situation with these FBA bozos? Matter of fact, that just reminded me. Oh yeah, you're correct. They do want Joe Rogan's audience. That's what they wanted. But that just reminded me. That's also why, again, Vosh keep being so so nice, speaking so nice about Nick Fuentes. That's why he speaks so nice about him. Talking about, oh yeah, you know what he should just do? He should just leave the internet for a while and come back and just do something else so he can be accepted. All that stuff he done said, and all he got to do is just leave the internet and come back, and now he's good. Like, come on now, no, that's out. That's out. But yeah, speaking of the FBA trolls, remember somebody in the comment section said Tariq mentioned me in one of his videos. Let's get to that video. Let's get to that video right now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get to this video. I have not watched this video, just like I ain't watched that other one, but let's get to this. Let's see if Tariq mentioned me or not. Shout out to everybody in the building.
I want to talk about the so-called diaspora war. There's a lot of people who get online complaining about the diaspora war between foundational Black Americans and Africans and Caribbeans. We hear a lot of that talk. Oh God, this diaspora war is just too much. Why are we having a diaspora war? Oh God, we don't need a diaspora war. If the police pull me over, they ain't gonna know if you is African, Caribbean, or FBA. So why are we doing a diaspora war?
Family. Exactly. That is true. You didn't address it. That's true. So what is the point of this diaspora war? Explain yourself.
We got to ask the question, is there really a diaspora war? Really? Is there really a diaspora war? Is there really one? Mr. Bermudez, hop on in, sir. That's a good question for you, Mr. Bermudez. Is there a diaspora war, Mr. Bermudez? I think that's your last name, sir. Bernardez, whatever your name is. Mr. Bernardez, hop on in, sir. Because I see you coming in the room trolling very early. Mr. Bernardez, hop on in.
He can't be talking about me because I only tried to go in one of his rooms one time when we was live, and I couldn't even go in and be heard or say anything because I was blocked. Remember, Tariq got me blocked. So I cannot hear streams from my account, and I cannot participate in streams. So he probably talking about somebody else who got the same last name as me, but he can't be talking about me. Or is this, matter of fact, is this the stream that we tried to join together? I don't even know, because remember, we tried to join the stream. I tried to do it live, and we couldn't hear anything. And we kept saying, why we can't hear anything? Why we can't hear anything? Why we can't hear anything? And it's like, oh, because Tariq has me blocked. So he can't be talking about me because I was not in the chat room trolling. I tried to get in, left out. Tried to get in, left out. And then I realized, hey, he got me blocked. That's why I can't hear anything. And because I always knew Tariq had me blocked, but I didn't know that means I couldn't participate in the space. Because if you block somebody on Twitter, they could still see your whole Twitter. So I just figured that if you block somebody, if you got somebody blocked, they could still listen in on your stream. They just can't participate. But this might be from that time. It might not be from that time. But yeah, let's keep it going.
And tell us about the diaspora war. Huh? Hop on in, sir. You're not hopping in. What's up, Dominique? Mr. Bernardez, Jay Bernardez? Because you came in trolling heavy. Are you just...
So that can't be me. That got to be somebody who made an account pretending to be me and going at Tariq. It can't be. Because again, unless Tariq is lying, because I want to know what stream is this from? Because I'm about to make like a fake Twitter so I can go check out this particular stream to see who he was talking about. Because again, he cannot be talking about me. I did not do no trolling. So yeah, let's keep it going.
A foreign punk who just wanted male attention? Because that's what it seemed like, sir. I would like for you to come in and stand on some business. You know, I know that a lot of you foreigners are punctified and you're very feminized, and y'all like to just say shit for attention because y'all have to tether off of us because you ain't got no motion doing anything else. But since you're not getting on, I'll just proceed to what I was saying. There is no diaspora.
Oh, okay. This is why that bozo was in the stream earlier trolling, talking about, oh, you a coward. You a coward. You was on X and you didn't jump in the stream. You a coward. You a coward. You a coward. You didn't want to talk to Tariq face to face. You a coward. You're a coward. That's why they were saying that. Oh, that's why people was calling me a coward. Because of Twitter. I'm like, bozo, I don't even know you. I never even attempted to talk to you on Twitter. What conversation am I ducking? Oh, all right. Either somebody made a fake account of me and pretending to be me, or Tariq was just saying that. Just to try to make it seem like he not ducking me. That's what I'm getting out of this conversation right here. Shout out to Making Moves Major. I wouldn't put it past FBA neither. I wouldn't put it past a FBA bozo to have created a fake account of me, to go into a stream, pretend to be me, and be pretending to be me, scared to talk to Tariq. I wouldn't put it past them. Because again, if this is from Twitter, Tariq know he got me blocked on Twitter. And you know if you got me blocked, I cannot come on the screen and talk to you. You know that. Because if you saw me in your stream regularly, that means that wasn't my account. Because you know you got my account blocked. Yeah, McKinsley, this got to be a script. This had to be scripted. Because remember, FBA bozos kept coming in the comments, like, you know, I'm talking about previous live streams, talking about why don't you just talk to Tariq? And I said, Tariq got me blocked. Go tell Tariq why he got me blocked. Exactly. He didn't have none of this energy for the Russian incel. None of it. None of it. Exactly, Miss C. Payne. He's so nasty. And I'm for sure that this was scripted. Because again, why would I come into your space? And if I come into your space, you know that you have me blocked. And you know, if they let you know if you block somebody, they can't talk or come on a stage. So why would you be asking me up to the stage knowing you got me blocked? Which means that had to be a fake profile. Had to be a fake one. Had to be a fake one. Let's keep this going. FBA putting out fake profiles. Matter of fact, before we keep this going, let me see something. Let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can find out what stream this was even from. I want to see what stream this was even from. See if I can find that. Shout out to everybody in the building. What Twitter space was this even from? I don't even think they keep Twitter spaces up no more, where you could just go back and re-listen to a space. I don't even think that's possible. But let me see something. Yeah, Tariq made this up. He made this up. This is ridiculous. Shout out to everybody in the building, though. Talking about I was in the building trolling him. Nope. There is no other account like mine's. Either the person deleted it or Tariq was just lying, knowing that you can't watch a playback. Remember, you got to download the streams and put them back up. They automatically go off once the stream is ended. So nobody can even verify whether I was even in the comment section trolling him or not. Because I just went to Twitter and searched my name and searched people. Only I come up. People with similar names to me come up, but only I come up. Only I come up. But yeah, let's listen to some more of this. That was not me. Exactly. Tariq, the spaces are not there. They're not there. Yes, Lord of Slaughter, this was an attempt to discredit me, to make it seem that I was, because he knows the average person does not have Twitter and that follows him does not have Twitter and does not see the spaces. They wait for him to re-upload the spaces to YouTube. So the majority of people who are going to see this from YouTube. And they're going to be thinking that, hey, I was ducking smoke. That all I do is attack Tariq and I was ducking smoke here. Matter of fact, let's look at this comment section. Let me look at this comment section. Yep, somebody said my name. Somebody said my name. And they got a bunch of thumbs up too. See something? So yeah, people saying that was me. There's people in his comment section saying that was me. That I be talking crazy about Tariq all the time. But I was scared to come up. Okay. I see what you're doing here, Tariq. Oh, matter of fact, he got a live chat. We could go back and watch the live chat. Let's see, live chat. Let me see.
Diaspora war. Not hopping in. What's up, Dominique? Mr. Bernardez, Jay Bernard.
Let me restart this.
And y'all like to just say shit for attention because y'all have to tether off of us because you ain't got no motion doing anything else. But since you're not getting on, I'll just proceed to what I was saying. There is no diaspora.
Oh my God. Yeah. So yeah. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yeah, that's exactly what you did. Lying. You said there's a Justin, but he didn't say Justin. Tariq can read. He didn't say Justin. He did not say Justin. But yeah, let's listen to some more of this. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep going.
A war. Let's be very clear. People put a lot of extras on things doing anything else. But since you're not getting on, I'll just proceed to what I was saying. There is no diaspora war. Let's be very clear. People put a lot of extras on things. We got to understand this. Black does not describe one culture, one history, one nationality, one political interest. A Nigerian, a Jamaican, a Haitian, a Somalian, a foundational Black American may all be racially classified as Black in America. That does not make us the same ethnicity, all right? The census records themselves, it details identity such as African American, which is a misnomer, Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, Ethiopian, Ghanaian, Somalian.
Wrong. The census just started doing that. That's not what the census is doing. And Trump put that in there. That's something new, Tariq. You made that up. But yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to Do Good in the building. Keep doing good. Thank you for the fire emojis. Much appreciated. Let's see. Shout out to Miss C Payne for coming through with the $9.99. She's also a member of the channel. Yes, obviously that they had to make a fake. They had to fake being me, and fake like he talking to me like Tariq don't know who I am.
So that means the government itself recognizes that the Black racial category contains numerous distinct peoples. So when foundational Black Americans, when we acknowledge our own ethnic identity, we're not breaking up some historically unified nation.
Yes, you are. Let me put it like this. The Black identity in America is purely racial. It has always been racial. We never even got to have an ethnic identity. Our ethnic identity really pretty much only exists in theory. It never existed in practice. And you know why? Because it stayed unchanged from slavery. Because in slavery, it didn't matter whether you was mixed. It didn't matter whether you was born in America. It doesn't matter whether you came here from straight from Africa or you came from another colony or wherever. Black was just Black. And when slavery ended, Black people maintained that point of view. That used to be the case everywhere. But when slavery ended, everywhere else, people began to be able to create an ethnic identity for themselves because they was just by themselves. There was no mass immigration into their place. And on top of that, They were the majority. That has never been our case. That has never been the case. And again, you just made that up, Tariq. There's no document that you can go back in time where it's like they separating black people out. Never did it. In fact, I mean, no census document where they did that. And even if you could, there was never a time, you can't show me no time in history where Negro didn't mean anybody black in America, where color didn't mean anybody black in America, where African American didn't mean anybody black in America. I said about to say Negro. I already said Negro already. I'm about to say Negro American. Excuse me. Black American, black. It always meant anybody black in America. Always. Our identity has always been racial. Nothing else. Nothing else. Yeah, people have understood ethnicity when you start bumping into other groups of black people because they dealing with ethnicity. But us as a whole, as a collective, it's always been racial. This is one of the reasons a lot of our leadership has been black immigrants because nobody didn't care about that. Like, I'm going to keep it real. The reverse probably could never have happened. Marcus Garvey came to America and became the biggest black organizer in the history of this nation. Had the biggest movement in the history of this nation, had the biggest black organization in the history of this nation as being a Jamaican immigrant. I don't think that the reverse could have happened in Jamaica. Same thing with Obama. Obama, most accomplished black man in the history of America, only black person to ever be president. I don't think the opposite could have happened in Kenya. It just couldn't because our identity works different. This is why when y'all keep trying to talk about what other groups of black people do or how things work in other countries, it makes no sense because we're talking about America and how things work in America. It's always been the case. No one can refute that. Never. That's why when you said that thing in the beginning about people saying, oh, we all just black. If the police pull us over, they don't see, they're not gonna be able to tell the difference. You made it seem like that's something immigrants say. Immigrants don't say stuff like that. You know who say stuff like that? Native Black Americans. And if an immigrant do say something like that, where they learned that from? Native Black Americans. It go again back to the plantation roots. Fitler with Kunta Kinte. Same thing. Oh, shout out to Red Pill Zulu for coming through with the 20. Much appreciated, bro. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic that they making fake accounts or Tariq is pretending to be that I was actually in the building knowing that nobody was going to see it. Oh, also, shout out to you making moves major. Tariq said African American is a misnomer. Those don't even know what a misnomer is. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Can't make this up. Can't. Yes, Chicago was founded by a Haitian. Exactly. This again, what is it? What's that neighborhood in Chicago, in Florida called? Miami Grove or Coconut Grove or whatever. The founders, the people who helped put that together was from the Bahamas. New York. The first free black person in New York, the first black immigrant in New York was a Dominican. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's let him lie some more.
We're just stating the reality that's already there.
That's not true. There is no reality that you're stating that's just going to be there. Because if it was already there, there would be no need for y'all to do this. There would be no need for FBA. Because again, what did you used to say when y'all start FBA? Oh, we delineating. If it was already there, you wouldn't have to state that. Jamaicans don't have to delineate from nobody because only Jamaicans are Jamaican. When do you have to have a movement where Jamaicans got to put all kind of modifiers on their name like foundational or we got to delineate? They already know who is who. The reason you even come, the whole purpose of your whole movement, dispute this. The language you use, the things you say, dispute what you just said just now. Disputes it.
So race might describe what somebody might look like in America as far as skin tone and hair texture, but ethnicity describes the historical people that they came from. See, those are not the same things. See, foundational Black Americans, we didn't simply arrive here. We were formed here on this land. We are not just Africans who happen to live in the United States. We are a people whose lineage was formed over centuries inside.
That's not a lineage, is a bloodline. There is no such thing as a people's lineage. A lineage is a bloodline. That got to do with your family. Tariq doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. And again, he's about to start babbling and claiming that there was Aboriginal black people here. That there was tens of millions of Aboriginal black people here who just got some African, a couple 100,000 Africans came, which makes no sense. Because if that was really the truth, one, how did the majority of black people forget that they was Aboriginal? How? Because again, I've been black my whole life. South, everything. Visiting my family in the South and all that. I never heard that we was Indian. I could count on my fingers and toes how many people was like, I got Indian in my family. And how they used to say, I got Indian in my blood. And it was never, I am an Indian. I got ancestry. Some of my ancestry is Indian. Like, you can't make this up, bro. Can't make this up. But we're going to keep going.
Of this land that we cultivated into the United States. You understand? From colonial areas, enslavement, to free black communities, through the domestic slave trade, Reconstruction, Jim Crow.
Why you ain't say all this to that white boy? Why Tariq didn't say all this to that white boy? For all you who wasn't here earlier when we was watching it. Why Tariq didn't say that all this to that white boy? That white boy told you that y'all destroyed Detroit. They don't want y'all here and all this other stuff. Why you ain't say all this foundational talk? We did this, we did that. Where all that energy at? Where's that?
Racial terrorism, migration, segregation, the civil rights movement. Out of that specific experience, our spiritual traditions were born from that. Our food ways were born from that. Our political traditions, our humor, our language patterns, our music, all of that was born from our experience on this land and this nation that we cultivated. You understand? So we are a very unique and distinct ethnic group. This is
one, that's not true. Two, exactly. The white boy even called Tariq a cuck and used the N-word. Tariq ain't say none of this. He more forceful addressing a non-existent people. Nobody's even talking to them right now than he was to that white boy who, when he was in his face. You can't make this up. Disgusting. Shout out to Mac Nasty in the building. He's been a member of the channel for 3 months. Level 2 member at that. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you for all the support over the years. Peace to you. Peace to you for being in the building. Peace to you for dropping comments. Family, remember, you can get your own membership. Hit that join button. If not, drop a comment. Comments help in the algorithm. Like, as for all you who don't know, I got some strikes on my channel. So I'm basically out the algorithm. The only way I'm could work in the algorithm is people forcing me into the algorithm with likes, with comments, with engagement. So please, if you can't support monetarily, you can support with a like. You can support by hitting that reaction heart. You can support with a comment, with an emoji. I take it all. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Is a documented fact. And what we do is recognize the ethnogenesis. We recognize the ethnogenesis of a population, us becoming a very distinct people through shared history, shared institutions, shared struggle, shared culture.
You know what's so crazy with this ethnogenesis talk? They got that from me when I used to talk about the amalgamation and that happened in New York to create the black population in New York City. I used to say amalgamation. Then they were saying amalgamation. Then they started saying ethnogenesis. Tariq, they constantly stealing my stuff. Constantly. And but they take what I said and then they project it onto some nonsense. Can't make this up.
That's not a war. Y'all feel what I'm saying? See, it only becomes a war when foundational Black Americans, when we name ourselves, that's when it's a goddamn war. Nobody calls it a diaspora war when Jamaicans wave Jamaican flags all over the place. When you celebrate Jamaican independence, you maintain Jamaican organizations. Nobody calls it a diaspora war when Nigerians have Independence Day parades, and nobody calls Caribbean.
This is a Motley Bailey right here. What you hear from Tariq is a Motley Bailey. Wait, somehow I just saw something. Shout out to Miss C Payne for hitting the Cash App. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I didn't see it earlier. I see it now. Thank you for hitting the Cash App. Much appreciated. Thank you for all your support. Family, you can support too on a PayPal, the Cash App, or the Venmo. You just let me know if you want a shout out or not. Because some people support there and they don't want the shout out. Or they do want the shout out, but they don't want me to say the amount. Either way, you let me know. But thank you. Thank you for the support on the Cash App. Much appreciated. But back to what I was saying about this bozo Tariq. About this is the Motley Bailey. For all you who don't know, the Motley Bailey's fallacy is this. You say something crazy. People attack with you for what you said crazy. And instead of standing on business, you retreat and say something else that kind of sound the same. And then that's to get people to back off of you. Because mind you, if you was literally just talking about affirming the Black American identity, the Native Black American identity, the people who were enslaved on this land's identity, nobody would have a problem with it, especially Black immigrants, because Black immigrants already see Black people who were already on this land as having their own separate and distinct identity and ethnicity that they're not a part of. They already see that. They only start seeing themselves a part of it is because Black people tell them that they are part of it, that we all Black, that if the Klan came through, they would lynch all of us. They're not separating us out. That's our teaching. That's us teaching them that. See, if Tariq, if that was all you were saying, you wouldn't even have no pushback. The pushback is because you're calling people tethers, which is a slur that you made up. The bushmeat, you fled your homeland, all this delineation, y'all the enemy, y'all our biggest ops, y'all trying to sabotage us, y'all undermining us, y'all trying to steal our reparations. And when people say, well, what's all that about, Tariq? What does he do? He retreats to, well, all I'm saying is we have our own ethnic identity. You have your own ethnic identity. How come nobody complains when Nigerians are celebrating Nigeria or Jamaicans are celebrating Jamaicans? But when we try to celebrate ourselves, it's a big deal. That's not celebrating yourself, bro. Hate is not celebrating yourself. It's not. See, this is a Motley Bailey. Matter of fact, let me see if I could find something like talking about this. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you so much, Miss C. Payne. Yeah. Let's get back to this bozo.
Being carnival and all that, an attack on African Americans or Black Americans or foundational Black Americans. Nobody does that. You understand? New York City, they officially describe that carnival thing up there as a celebration of the Caribbean diaspora heritage. Nigerians, they hold parades dedicated to Nigerian culture. That's fine.
And you notice that's another thing why people say y'all diaspora warring, because y'all only attack people. Y'all attack the West Indian Day Parade. Y'all attack the Nigerian Day Parade or the African Day Parade. I think the Nigerians got a separate parade, and there's also an African Day Parade. I don't remember, but y'all attack that. Y'all attack that all the time. But when people point out that, hey, y'all don't attack St. Patrick's Day, y'all don't attack the Polish people having a march and a celebration, the Italian people basically using Columbus Day as Italian Day, y'all don't say nothing about that. Again, proving that y'all hateful, proving that y'all bigoted.
Those expressions of ethnic pride, those are treated as normal, as they should be. The moment we, foundational Black Americans, say, you know what, we have our own lineage, we have our own heritage, We have our own political interests. We have our own historic claim. All of a sudden, you niggas are dividing the diaspora. What? It is all, we're all black people. No. See, that double standard ain't gonna fly. We don't do double standards.
It's not a double standard. Again, Tariq is lying. This is also a thing he's lying. Like he's creating a straw man. This is another fallacy of Tariq, the straw man, where you create an argument and you attacking the argument you created. You created this argument. There's nobody has ever claimed that black people in America celebrating being black in America as being divisive. Nobody. Y'all made that up. Y'all made that up. Exactly, Justin Marsh. They didn't say a word about Cinco de Mayo. Not a word. Not a peep. Oh yeah, shout out to you. Yeah, the Dominican Day Parade. Matter of fact, did it happen already? I don't think it happened already. I know the Puerto Rican Day Parade happened already. Shout out to all the Puerto Ricans. Shout out to all the Dominicans. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the New Yorkers. Shout out to all the West Indians. Shout out to all the Africans. Shout out to all the Native Black Americans. Shout out to everybody. No shout out for FBA though. No shout out. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the $4.99 though. Politicians are not gonna do that because when they first started, politicians already threw shots at them. They already threw a bunch of shots at them already. But they're not gonna publicly come out and denounce them. They're not worthy of that. That's just platforming them. That's gonna give the white nationalists a justification to bring FBA on their shows even more. Because they're gonna be like, well, I'm platforming them because there seemed to be some type of issue. No, we don't need them to mention them. And also, they're not black nationalists. That's out. FBA is not black nationalists. They are Negro segregationists. They are Negro segregationists. I'm pushing black nationalism. That's another thing. Remember, BYB. The first B is for black. Not just black identity politics, but also black nationalism. FBA ain't pushing no black nationalism. They pushing Negro segregationalism. They borrowing terminology from black nationalism. They trying to mimic the aesthetic of black nationalism, but they don't push black nationalism. Can't be pushing black nationalism and you sitting around trying to swing off the white man's nuts, trying to get him to accept you. Remember, we just watched a show earlier of Tariq arguing the white boy down, the white nationalist down about how integration is here forever and we gonna do integration and we don't want nothing else other than that. So yeah, no. But yeah, shout out to you for that $4.99. And the Lord of Slaughter is also a member of the channel. Hit that join button, family. Become a member of the channel. Let's get back to this.
I can't co-sign that. You understand? So the objection is not really to ethnicity or to ethnic identity itself. The objection is to foundational Black Americans controlling the definition of our own identity. That's what the real issue is. Y'all tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen. All right? Tap the screen. See, that diaspora war language, that imposes like a one-way identity arrangement. Under this little janky arrangement, everybody else is allowed to be very specific about their culture, while foundational Black Americans, we are expected to remain generic. See, every group, they can be Nigerian first, Ghanaian first, Haitian first, Jamaican first, Trinidadian first, and anything first. They can wave them flags, talk about their languages and their foods and their national loyalties, their hometown associations, or their ethnic organizations. But when foundational Black Americans, we're told we got to just be Black so that everybody else can accept our cultural and political category. So everybody can get access to everything that we do if we're just a generic Black group. See, that's not unity. That's
nonsense. More nonsense. This is all nonsense. Again, violins. This is a bunch of crybaby stuff. This is a pity party. This is a pity party. This is the same white national. This is literally what white nationalists do. Sit around having a pity party all day, talk about, oh, Asians could have Asia, Africans could have Africa, Mexicans could have Mexico. But when we white people want to have our own country, people, it gotta be for everybody. It gotta be for everybody. It gotta be for everybody. Bozo. Crybaby ass bozo. Crying like a little hoe. Shout out to Miss C Payne for coming through and updating her membership. She upgraded it. She was already a member, but she upgraded it. Shout out to you. She's level 3 now. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for getting that level 3 membership. Much appreciated.
Unequal arrangement where everybody else gets basically a protected identity, while foundational Black Americans, we are expected to function basically as an open source culturally with no boundaries.
But Tariq, you said FBA don't have no boundary. That's why y'all said y'all putting the boundaries up. Remember, y'all said we're gonna start gatekeeping. You know how the English language work, right? If you say you're gonna start doing something, that means you wasn't doing it before. To start doing something means you wasn't doing it before. You do know that, right? That's how the English language works, right? You are aware of that. Yeah, let's keep it going. Oh, shout out to the visionary in the building. Yeah, chicken butt mouth. You never know what's gonna come out of Tariq's mouth. For all y'all who don't know, shout out to the Mad Head Doctor. I got this from him. A chicken only got one hole. The chicken pees out that hole, it poops out that hole, it lays eggs out that hole. When a chicken squat down, nobody knows what's gonna come out that hole. And that's the same thing with Tariq's mouth. Every time he opens his mouth, you never know what's gonna come out his mouth. You never know. You never know what's going to come out of this dude's mouth. Never know. You never know. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, let's get back to this.
See, a real coalition does not require one ethnic group to erase itself. Unity should basically mean distinct groups cooperating with each other, not one group disappearing into everybody else. You see? Come on now. We're not no damn free-for-all. And accountability is not a declaration of war. See, there's a major difference between attacking immigrants because they're immigrants and confronting a particular people who disrespect us. So the issue is not that.
See, now he just went on this whole spiel about how there's no diaspora war. All they doing is trying to establish boundaries. Now he's about to justify attacking people. Remember, he just said they was never fighting anybody. All they was doing, all it was about was celebrating their heritage, their lineage, their ethnicity. Now he's about to justify attacking people. The same thing he said he wasn't doing. Now he's about to acknowledge, yeah, we were doing that. And now I'm about to justify it. Now he's about to justify it. Can't make this up. Oh, look, Bosch did do something against Kamala.
That somebody's Nigerian. It's not that somebody's Jamaican. We got Jamaicans in the room now. Love them. Good people. We're cool when I can speak for me. Because I'm not the spokesperson for nobody, but I can speak for me. And I can speak for some of us because generally we don't hate on immigrants just because they're immigrants.
So if you could only speak for you, why are you speaking? Why are you speaking? See, you knew better than to correct that because you used to say we don't hate nobody, and then people would show you your own little FBA clique hating on people. So now you had to switch to, well, I'm not the leader, and I don't hate on anybody.
Or people with immigrant backgrounds. Many of us are cool with Nigerians, Haitians. We're cool with Ghanaians and other Caribbeans. The issue is when people come into a society shaped by us and by the foundational Black American struggle, and you benefit from that culture, you benefit from that civil rights space that we helped create, and then you turn around and start spewing stereotypes about us. You come over here and then distance yourself from us.
I thought y'all was your own group. See, you can't win. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You just heard what Tariq just said. They distance themselves from us. I thought y'all your own group. Why y'all worrying about what another group doing? If you your own group, why you worrying about another group distancing themselves from you? I'm not saying I'm not shedding no tears that Korean people come to America and distance themselves from black people. I'm my own thing. Like, oh, they distance themselves from us. It's the same nonsense over and over and over again. And you keep mentioning all these black movements. Every one of these there's no black movement in the last 100 years, even longer, 120, however you want to go, that did not have black immigrants in it, starting it, or leading it. None. Ain't no civil rights movement without black immigrants. Ain't no hip hop without black immigrants. Ain't nothing no jazz, nothing you want to name. Harlem Renaissance, nothing. Nobody can't refute me on that. No one. You can't. No Black Power era, none of that. None of it. Doesn't exist. They were not, some people who was watching from the sideline after they popped up in America and just started emulating. That's out. That's not true. That's a myth. Shout out to everybody in the building. Crying about delineation, but also crying about other people not distancing themselves from you. Can't make this up. Let's keep it going.
Or try to claim ownership over our history and culture. And if we call it out, y'all start yelling xenophobia. No, it's called accountability. And accountability has to remain specific. We challenge the person, the statement, the institution, or the behaviors involved. Yeah? And we talk about the tether class. You see, we don't say all immigrants are not tethers, but there's a tether class. That's real janky.
Now all black immigrants are not tethered, but it's a tether class. This is the same thing. This is white nationalist talk. Well, I'm not saying all black people are bad. In fact, when I say black people are bad, I'm talking about niggers. I'm not talking about black people. See, there's a difference between black people and niggers. That's who I'm talking about. It's the same. This is the same nonsense. Same nonsense. Shout out to Chocolate. I think it's Lyric. Chocolate lyrics for you. Yes. Accountability for what? For what? Accountability for what? What did black immigrants do that they need to be held accountable for? What they did that they need to be held accountable for? Like Tariq, inquiring minds want to know what was done that people need to be held accountable for. Like, I want to know. I want to know. Stokely Carmichael wasn't in the Black Power movement. He started the Black Power movement. Stokely Carmichael is the reason why black people in America call themselves black. And they see a Negro as an insult. This is what I'm talking about. Kwame Ture, because he changed his name. Kwame Ture. He's the reason. He's literally top 20 black people in America of all time. Top 20, top 25. Especially we just talk about black men. Yes. Most important. Yes. He coined the term black power, and he also got us to call ourselves black. Remember, he's the one who told us that a Negro was something bad. That a Negro was something bad. Being black is good, but being African is better. That's why when the name switch happened to African American, people was interviewing him and saying, "Aren't you happy that look, it happened just like you said it was?" And look what you helped bring about. We went from Negro to black. Now we African American. Like, you can't make this up. Can't make this up.
And we call that out. And appreciating our foundational Black American culture, and you're an outsider, just because you can appreciate our culture, that doesn't make somebody an heir to the history where you are the representative and all that. See, that's where things get a little tricky.
You not the heir to no culture. Like, again, a lot of the culture you keep claiming and saying you the heir of and you can speak from is New York culture. You're not from New York. You're not from New York. I'm not making that up. How are you trying to speak for New York culture and you're not from New York, bro? You're not from New York. Because all this people are trying to claim our culture. You're talking about hip hop. You're not from New York. This issue has already been adjudicated in New York. It's never been disputed or up for debate in New York, ever. Ever. That's why when I had DJ FaZe up here, when I asked him, well, why y'all never said nothing all this time? He gave some weak BS answer that didn't make any sense. So you watch people falsely claim the origin of hip hop for 50 plus years before you decide to say something. Oh, I was making videos in 2000 and whatever. Hip hop started in 1973. It started in the 70s. It got its name in like 79 or 82. Why you ain't say nothing then? You was around that whole time. Why you ain't say nothing? Why you ain't say nothing in the 80s? Why you ain't say nothing in the 90s? Why you ain't say nothing in the early 2000s? Why are you saying something now? Wait, I just saw a comment. You said Hispanics has nothing to do with hip hop, G. That's a lie. That's a lie. There is no hip hop without Latinos, period. I mean, Puerto Ricans. I'm gonna specify Puerto Ricans. There is none, period. Like, Puerto Ricans are like an immutable part of Black New York. Immutable part. You take Puerto Ricans out, the thing done collapses. It collapses. Like, I can do that with you right here about you can't pretty much name no New York movement that didn't have Latinos in it. None. Going back from the Harlem Renaissance to hip hop and everything in between. Nothing. Nothing. You say you doubt it. How you doubt it? That's not true. That's not true that Puerto Ricans didn't like hip hop. And also, nobody liked hip hop but the young people that was doing it. Old Black people was doing disco and funk. They didn't care about hip hop. You do know that people who did hip hop weren't even allowed to play that or do that in clubs where they was doing disco. You do know that, right? See, that's another trick talking about, oh, well, Puerto Ricans didn't like it. Black people didn't like it. Black people didn't like it. Hip hop didn't actually become big in New York until like what? Where you had all New Yorkers appreciating hip hop, no matter what the age bracket, until like the 80s, late 70s. Before that, everybody was doing their own music. Remember, hip hop is something new. That's like if somebody created a new musical genre right now in Tennessee. Who's gonna be liking it but people in Tennessee? Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure a lot of old people in Tennessee not even gonna like it. It's the youth who created it. They wasn't even allowed to bring that around. But yeah, let's keep it going. You said you was alive? Where you from, Nicholas? Where you from? Because again, you probably, if you were really alive, you probably one of these people who moved to New York, or your parents wasn't born in New York. If you're saying that, like, where were you at in New York? Where are you from? You say you from Bed-Stuy and Flatbush. You from Brooklyn. So how you even speaking on the origins of hip hop? You from Brooklyn, like me. I'm from Brooklyn too. How you even speaking on the origins? Hip hop didn't even get to Brooklyn until like what, 75, 77? New York hip hop was started by teenagers and young kids in the Bronx, the South Bronx at that. How would you know? Again, that's cap. There was even Hispanics doing music in Brooklyn before hip hop even started. Like that's what's so crazy about this. You from Brooklyn. You might as well have said you was from New Rochelle or something like that. Saying something, making a statement like that. You just keep saying no, they not. So I'm gonna stop addressing you. But you just saying no, they not. Again, you're from Brooklyn, like I'm from Brooklyn. You're not from the Bronx. You're not from the South Bronx. You wouldn't know what they was doing up there, especially in the 70s. The Bronx was a whole nother world. Never a myth. See, this is the problem with y'all. See, you must be one of these people who just moved. You said you was born in Brooklyn, but I'm pretty sure your family wasn't born in Brooklyn. They was probably born in the South somewhere, and they had you in New York. Because if you was really New York like that, you would know that's not true. One, you said black and brown. That's a half true because Puerto Ricans are black, Cubans are black, Dominicans are black. That's how it is in New York. If you was really New York like that, you would know that. Because what was the original Negro League team from New York called? What were they called? The New York Cubans. The owner was a Cuban. People saw him as black. People saw him as black. He saw himself as black. The person who started the Negro League saw it as black. You said the Puerto Ricans never claimed to be black. The father of black history is Puerto Rican. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? See, this is the problem right here. This is the problem right here. Let me see if we're gonna do a little sidebar. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're gonna do a little sidebar right now. We're gonna do a little. We going to school today. We going to school today. Shout out to everybody. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it like this. We're gonna go here. Yeah, we're gonna go out from here. We're gonna go out from here. Can y'all see my screen? Let me know if y'all can see my screen. I can't make it bigger than this. I'm sorry, family. But we gonna go. I'm pretty sure y'all can see me. This right here is the 100 greatest African Americans, right? A book written by the 100 greatest African Americans. I believe this book should be updated, as in we not even updated. Like we should just create a new list where it's like the next 100 greatest, and we don't include nobody who's on this list. That'll be cool. But yeah, let's go through this list. It's not in order, by the way, too. There's no order in the greatness. Let's see where we at. Let's see. Oh, I think who is this? What's that name? Arthur. That's Arthur Schonsberg. That's his name. Arturo Alfonso Schonsberg. Let's see this. Is Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican. He's on the 100 greatest African Americans list. Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican. This whole nonsense. He was in America even before the Harlem Renaissance. Like, this is the nonsense we talking about. You really cannot be New York like that. You can't be. You do know he was the one who originally had the title of Father of Black History before Carter G. Woodson. You know that, right? You know it was it's acceptable to call him both the Father of Black History. The only reason that people switched it and gave the title to Carter G. Woodson is because Carter G. Woodson was a classically trained historian. And that's when they started calling him like the grandfather of Black history. I'm talking about Arthur Schonsberg right now. They started calling him the father, the grandfather of Black history, the original father of Black history, the caterer, or they just started trying to come up with new titles. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Look, it says identity. Schonsberg constantly identified as Afro-Boricua, Afro-Puerto Rican. There you go right there. He was an important intellectual figure in the Harlem Renaissance. This is what I'm talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Do we got to look at all the Puerto Ricans who was in the Harlem Hellfighters? Oh, matter of fact, let's just look up the New York Cubans right now. Let's do that. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You're not from New York like that. You're not. You're not from New York like that. They're immutable part of Black history in New York. Immutable. Let's look at the Puerto Ricans that was in the Harlem Hellfighters. Matter of fact, I think we did enough. I think we did enough because it's getting late. Oh, it's after 12. Dang. Yeah, we got to get back to this. I'm gonna let Tariq finish up a little bit what he's saying. But yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, this is mythology. Like you must not. That's why I said, like, the only people I ever heard talk like that is people who moved to New York or people whose parents wasn't born in New York. And they don't really know New York history like that. You don't. Oh, now you ask him, what did he do for Black people? He's the father of Black history. He created the first, I would say, the first non-religious Black institution that wasn't religious or had white people involved in its founding. First one. People even celebrated that. The Schaumburg is the most important Black intellectual institution in America. Arguably, it's arguably the most important. Arguably the most important. Matter of fact, let's since we already talk about this, let's talk about this all the way. Let's talk about this all the way. Let's talk about this all the way. Yeah, and it just turned 100 years old. Let's see, the Schaumburg right here just turned 100 years old. Just turned 100. They the Schaumburg, at the Schaumburg is like the greatest collection of like Black American history in this country. Over 11 million items. When people be doing research and doing stuff about Black history, they go to the Schaumburg to research. A lot of our original like slave narratives and all this other stuff that we still got to this day was preserved through the Schaumburg. Artifacts from the Harlem Renaissance, all that. Like that the thing that they built in DC that Trump is attacking right now, they don't even got as much artifacts in Black history as the Schaumburg. That's why I be knowing a lot of y'all isn't really even Black like that, because y'all don't even know what the Schaumburg is. How you really doing real true to the game Black research and you not at the Schaumburg? That don't even sound right. Matter of fact, let me see something. I think I could find something else since we going all the way like that. Since we already here, you may as well just go all the way. Shout out to everybody in the building. We might as well just go all the way. We might as well just go all the way. Can y'all see my screen? What does this say? What does it say on my screen? What does it say on my screen? Schaumburg Center for Research in Black Culture. This is like the number one. If you research in Black American history, this is the number one spot you got to go to. Number one. Matter of fact, let me see if we could see this right now, because I remember the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's son was worked here. Let's see if I can find that clip. Let me see if I can find it, because I saw it on C-SPAN. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that when he was on C-SPAN. Let me see. I think I might have to go to C-SPAN to see it. Yeah, I might have to go to C-SPAN to see it. might have to go to C-SPAN to see it. Y'all want to see that, or we going to get back to Tariq? Let me know. 1 in the chat to get back to Tariq. 2 for me to go find that clip. Let's see. Let me see. We got 111. All right, I'll do this later. I'll do this another time. Let's get back to Tariq. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yeah, because it's getting late.
You see, that the problem is there's nothing wrong with cultural exchange, but the problem comes when participation turns into historical substitution. When people come in and try to crowbar themselves, Haiti made the United States what it is. We built the country. I'll start saying that. Now we going somewhere else.
Haiti did make the country to what it is today. It did. Chicago, 3rd biggest city in the country, well, really the 2nd biggest city in the country, Chicago, was founded by a Haitian. Haitians participated in the American Revolution. Haiti is the reason that the Louisiana Purchase even happened. And a whole host of other things. Haiti is responsible for New Orleans culture, a pillar of New Orleans culture. New Orleans is the 2nd most important city in the history of Black America, behind New York only. No Haiti, no New Orleans. Let's just keep it like what else?
And when you get checked on that, don't scream diaspora war. You just can't bring your ass over here lying. If you come over here lying, you're going to get checked. You're not going to shame us out of calling you out for lying, because that's what a lot of people do, especially with this Haitian shit. Now, because of TPS and all that, and the Haitians have been targeted, they've been sitting here lying about history left and right. And when we call out these blatant, ridiculous ass lies.
So Haitians have been lying about the history. That means you've been lying. Because remember, we all remember how you was talking during 1804, when you was pushing the 1804 documentary. We all know that. So who was lying? You lying now, or the Haitians, or you was lying before? Which one? You lying now, or you was lying before?
Guys. The xenophobic, what is this xenophobic shit with the diaspora war? The diaspora war is killing us, nigga. I love TikTok, Sham. Yeah? Like, for example, that what Shabuzi did was so damn slick and disrespectful, and they love to use the big stage to do that. When he did that bill, was it the what?
Oh, shout out. I just remembered something. Somebody sent me a video. They didn't send me a video, but they told me Megyn Kelly was doing went on another racist spiel about how Black people didn't build America. It was either Megyn Kelly or somebody else. And these FBA bozos didn't say nothing about it. Shabuzi and others just talked about how immigrants helped build America, which is a fact. And y'all attacked them nonstop, while you got white people saying y'all didn't have nothing to do with the building of America. Y'all were farm equipment at best. Y'all did nothing. All y'all did was pick cotton. Y'all never have this energy for them. Never.
Was it a Grammy? The Grammy thing? When he got that Grammy for the country music thing, and country music, that's one of our genres that we created. And then he got on stage. Thank y'all. I'd like to thank immigrants, and immigrants built America. Have a good night. What? Nigga, what? That was a deliberate slap in the face to us. Again, they've always waited to these award shows to go show their ass. They go show their loyalty and what their solidarity is when they win a Grammy doing some shit from a genre we created. You're winning some award from some genre we created, and you're thanking all of these other foreigners and immigrants and all these other people. They've been doing that for years. And we should call it out, and we've been calling it out, and it's not xenophobic to call that out. You understand? And we got to be very clear, the civil rights inheritance, that has to be acknowledged honestly.
The funny part is you attack the civil rights movement all the time. How you spend your whole life all the time doing nothing but attacking the civil rights movement. You attack John Lewis. Y'all was attacking Martin Luther King. Y'all only stopped attacking him because y'all heard a speech about him talking about coming to get a check. But y'all attack the people at Selma. You attack all that every day, all day. But now you're talking about a civil rights inheritance. But yeah, let's let him keep going.
See, a lot large-scale African immigration to the U.S. is comparatively recent. See, African immigration expanded.
Also, you see how slick he was with his words? He said African immigration instead of saying black immigration. You know why? Because this bozo, like others, watch me when they try to say that black immigrants wasn't here stuff. And I explained to them about how black immigrants built, people we call it black immigrants now, built the Panama Canal. And the U.S. government brought a lot of them to America. Remember, that's why there was always a Caribbean population in America. There was literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people of Caribbean descent. About time they changed the laws about who could come to America and who couldn't. That's why he's trying to be slick and say African now. Shout out to I think this is Anthony Bryant. I think I can't see your name. I think it's Anthony Bryant, for sending the jewels. Much appreciated. Shout out to you for sending that gift, homie. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And also, the people who actually participated in the civil rights movement never asked nobody for no thank you or telling people that they got to acknowledge them and bow down to them. Never. You know, John Lewis, he personally worked to get Nigerians over here. Him personally. He never promoted that, I've never asked nobody for a thank you or nothing. When he died, it was Nigerians who came out and said, my family got to America because of John Lewis. Thank you, John Lewis. But we got this bozo who ain't never did nothing for nobody. The only people you ever did something for were people who were related to you and your white mother-in-law. But I think that counts as being related to you too. That's the only people you ever did anything for. But you want somebody to acknowledge you and your other FBA bozos? They ain't never did nothing for nobody. Y'all attacked Jesse Jackson, talking about, oh, he tricked us into renaming us African American and all that. But you trying to soak up his legacy, trying to stand on his legacy. You're no different than them racist white people with even Confederate flags talking about, the Republicans were the ones who freed the slaves, while they wave a Republican flag and wear a MAGA hat. That's what you are.
Really dramatically in the decades following that Immigration Nationality Act of 65. That abolished the whole old national origins quota and the structure, and they prioritized family reunification and skills and things like that. So a lot of more than half the black immigrants living in the U.S. today arrived really after the year 2000. Yeah? Did y'all know that? Half the black immigrants living in the United States right now arrived after 2000. Yeah, so these people don't really have deep roots here like that. They don't have deep roots here. And you let them tell it. Now, we went through Jim Crow, nigga. We had built the Black Wall Street. Nigga, you got here when the B2K album came out, nigga.
This accent is weak and dumb. And again, they did. Again, there's no civil rights movement without the black immigrants. None. Matter of fact, explain how the civil rights movement would even work. Explain. There was always a fight for civil rights, no doubt. No doubt. There was always a fight. The civil rights struggles, I would say, started right after Reconstruction. The civil rights era, as far as I'm concerned, started with the veterans coming home, soldiers coming home from World War I. But that civil rights movement, I start that with Martin Luther King after the victory that he got with the Montgomery Boy Boycott. The movement, because remember, the civil rights movement was designed specifically to get civil rights legislation. That was how it was put together. So explain to me how the civil rights movement would have worked without black immigrants. Go.
You got here in 2004. Nigga, you came when You Got Served was still in the movie theater. Nigga, what the hell are you talking about? You dig? People get a little comfortable speaking that French with that we and Joy Reid and those people talking all that we and us stuff. Like, slow your roll, Doodle Tunde. You see? So no, we gotta just tell the truth about who's who did what, and who is from where. See, diaspora does not mean identical history, identical culture, identical political claims. See, the African diaspora, that's a broad description for populations of so-called African descent dispersed across different societies. So it does not mean every African descended population experienced the same colonial subjugation, the same legal system, the same slavery regime.
He don't even know what he's saying. He don't even know what he's saying. I hope I got him sped up. Oh, no, I don't. Let's speed this bozo up.
The same emancipation process or the same national history. Foundational Black Americans, we experienced the United States. So that's a very unique history. We built.
I know that the term New Yorican was started as a slur. I'm the one who told people that. Like, we did a whole video about that, about how the term New Yorican started as a slur. And it was a slur created by Puerto Ricans who came a part of what I call the second wave of Puerto Rican immigration into America, into New York. It was the second wave attacking the first wave and calling them New Yorkers. Shout out to B-Hop in the building. Exactly. This is what happens when everything that comes out of his mouth is unchecked. He just say anything. He say anything, bro. Anything. This stuff is crazy. He just say anything. Anything. Just nothing but lies. All lies. He can't confirm none of the stuff that come out of his mouth. All lies. All lies.
The United States, and we dealt with the white supremacist system here. The Haitians, they experienced the French colonizers over in Saint-Domingue, and they went through the Haitian Revolution. The Jamaicans, they experienced the Spanish and the British, because the Spanish had control over that island at one point. Nigerians, they've experienced numerous pre-colonial societies followed by the British colonization. The Portuguese was on that ass for a minute over there. That's why the major city is Lagos. Lagos, that's a Portuguese name. Did y'all know that? I'm just giving y'all a little history. Did y'all know Lagos is Portuguese? For those,
again, this is Tariq trying to sound smart with little factoids here and there. This is, again, trying to sound smart with little factoids, but again, you're not making the point you're trying to make. You're not.
who don't know, because there's a city in Portugal called Lagos. That's where the name came from. Remember, the Portuguese was over there whooping their ass first. You see? Y'all didn't know that. Mm-hmm. You learn something new every day, don't you? Well, let's tell it. Let's put this history on out there.
See, again, this is what, again, I called it. I got to stop watching Tariq so much because I know him so good that I didn't even know what's going to come out of his mouth. After he say one thing, I already know what's going to come out of his mouth. Again, this is he put out a little factoid to try to sound smart, a little tidbit of history to try to sound smart, act like he actually understands what he's talking about. Like, disgusting. Exactly. But you got to look at it like this. Tariq does effectively have a 6th grade education, but his audience effectively has a 3rd grade education. Because like I always say, the average person in FBA effectively stopped learning in the 3rd grade and didn't make it out the 9th grade. They effectively stopped learning. After the 3rd grade, they effectively stopped learning. That's why they can listen to somebody like Tariq.
So a lot of research on Black identity finds that Black Americans, Black Caribbeans, African immigrants, they can experience racial solidarity while maintaining different ethnicities. We're not talking about
what research. Like Tariq is matter of fact, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. It's already after 12, so it's not tomorrow. We're gonna actually watch videos of people who have actually researched this issue and see what they have to say. Shout out to everybody in the building.
harming anybody. When we talk about our unique lineage, we're just acknowledging our lineage is different and unique from others. It is not the same. We didn't get stuff from all these other people. And real solidarity has to be reciprocal. It can't be extractive. See, historically, there's been a lot of meaningful alliances among Black Americans, Africans, Caribbeans, and all that. But the thing is, man, when people start trying to colonize, because
he said there has been I'm about to cut this off because Tariq just said there has been many benefits throughout the history. So you just said there was nothing. Now you're saying that there was things, but now they're trying to colonize. Let me bring that back a little bit. Because it's like, did I mishear what he said?
all that. But the thing is, man, when people start trying to colonize, because a lot of the tech is acknowledging our lineage is different and unique from others. It is not the same. We didn't get stuff from all these other people. And real solidarity has to be reciprocal. It can't be extractive. See, historically, there's been a lot of meaningful alliances among Black Americans, Africans, Caribbeans, and all that.
So you acknowledging historically all this solidarity existed. So what's the issue? First, you said it didn't exist. Now you're saying it did exist. Now what? But what's the issue now?
But the thing is, man, when people start trying to colonize, because a lot of the tethers come over and they act like colonizers. They want to come over here and colonize our culture. So it's never anything reciprocal that they're going to bring to the table. It's like, yeah, everything you do, I'm going to take ownership of it. So we did this. We created hip hop. We created R&B. We created soul food. Yep, soul food is just like Igusi. So we did it. Sam, that's colonization, ladies and gentlemen. When people coming in trying to elbow their way in and then dictate the definitions of everything. New Orleans is just like Senegal. No, it ain't. No.
Oh, we know what we're about to do right now. You already know where we're going because Tariq just mentioned New Orleans. He just mentioned New Orleans. Again, this is what I'm talking about, where this nigga can say anything and people and his audience just gonna go for it. Just gonna go for it. But he mentioned New Orleans, so let's go to it. You already know where we going. Shout out to everybody in the building. You already know what we about to play. If you don't know what we about to play, stay tuned. Here we go. Y'all can see the screen. Let's go. Wait, time out. They said the audio cut out. So let me redo this. Put one in the chat if you can hear it. All right, so people saying no sound. Okay. No sound. Okay, cool. That's what I was saying. I was telling y'all, put a one in the chat if y'all can't hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can't hear it. All right, so cool. The one in the chat. Now, I'm back. Can y'all hear it now? Can y'all hear it now? I'm about to play it. Let me know if you can hear it.
You dig?
Somebody said New Orleans had twerking, but remember, New Orleans, that was a satellite for the Caribbean too. That's a major satellite for the Caribbean because of the French. You dig? So we're calling. You dig? Somebody said New Orleans had twerking, but remember, New Orleans, that was a satellite for the Caribbean too. That's a major satellite for the Caribbean because of the French. You dig? So
all right. People said they can't hear the audio now. So y'all heard it, right? Tariq Nasheed said out his own mouth that New Orleans is a satellite for the Caribbean. So I don't know what he's talking about. So again, he just say anything. But here we go. Back to this.
No. Y'all Black Americans, y'all basically Igbo. That's where y'all came from. Y'all look Igbo. So I'm gonna say y'all Igbo. That mindset is colonization. That's why they always try to define us and redefine us. When we tell you what we are foundational Black Americans. We are the foundations of this country. No, what you are foundational Africans. You are still African, nigga. You will never change from being an African. But we ain't been in Africa in centuries. We haven't been in Africa. We have not had help from Africa. It doesn't matter, nigga. We're all the same. Okay, we're all the same. How come y'all got a gazillion tribes? Well, that's different, nigga. Just the hypocrisy and the contradictions all over the place. But that whole diaspora war framing, what that does, they try to use that to neutralize our foundational Black American political claims. You see? When they use that.
See, now again, back to what I was saying about what Tariq does. Now he's after telling all these lies, he's getting right back to what he was originally claiming, that somehow Black immigrants are here undermining. That's the real heart of the issue. It ain't about no culture. It ain't about none of this or that. This is about undermining.
Kind of language, they know that transforms a serious historical and political question into an emotional internet feud. See, once a conversation is labeled a diaspora war, nobody has to really address the actual issues. Who specifically endured the white supremacists in the United States? What particular American institution and cultural traditions were created by us? Who's owed remedies for a specific government action over here? That would be foundational Black Americans. See, we're just being very specific about justice claims. We're not going to open up the door for a justice claim so that people who did not experience what we've experienced to come on in and slide through and capitalize off that when they come from a culture that already collaborated with the white supremacists. See, this is why delineation is very important. And this is why people do this old diaspora war victim framing, so they can frame themselves as a victim. See, they start talking this diaspora war. If there's a war, there's a victim of a war. So they sit up here and act like there's a proverbial war. And what the tether class is doing is basically trying to imply that they're the victims of us, checking them. You see? So they try to pull this little Jedi mind trick. No, there is no war. You're being held accountable. You can't come around us and speak for us and act as our spokesperson. And we're not going to put the cape on for your ass like that. That is not a diaspora war. It's called hold your own nuts and be accountable for your ethnic group. And is anything wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen? Talk to me, family. Let's talk to the family. Raise your hand. Is there anything wrong with foundational Black Americans looking out for their unique ethnic group just like everybody else?
Matter of fact, we could end it here. Because speaking of hold your own nuts, shout out to everybody in the building. Still rocking with me. Because speaking of hold your own nuts, y'all know about Nolan Wells, right? As far as I know, Nolan Wells is mixed, right? Is Tariq Nasheed and them calling him a tether or anything like that? Or telling his family or to hold their own nuts? Is that the case? Are they telling them to hold their own nuts? But yeah, let's get to that story. Let's find out what happened in that story, and let's find some reliable sources. I don't want to listen to no FBA nonsense. Let's see what the news got to say on the latest on the brother. Let's see. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see what Al Sharpton got to say. Shout out to everybody in the building. And also, I forgot who mentioned this earlier about how other black people have died like this. And I said I was referencing this stuff before, even before this situation happened with this brother, about the sister who got found hanging, quote unquote hanging, who hung herself in Texas. The other brother who died similarly to this, an African brother who went swimming with a family, and then nobody ever found. He just jumped off the boat and then died. And I don't think they even found his body. Then they had another brother who, who was African but jumped in the water but couldn't swim, so he drowned. I don't even think he was African. I don't think that brother was African. But yes, we have had multiple black people die like this, where they just hanging around. They're the only black person around, a bunch of white people, and the next thing you know, they dead. Next thing you know, they killed themselves. But yeah, let's get into this. Somebody said he was a colorist. I heard something like that. I didn't see too much and I didn't look too much into it, but I heard that the reason he died the way he died is because he was so thirsty for to be around non-black people, because he was chasing his preference. That's how he died. He died. The only reason he was around those white people like that because he was trying to get access to some interracial sex, and it cost him his life. I heard that, but I'm not pushing that because I didn't see no evidence on that, but I definitely heard that about him. But yeah, let's get into this. Let's see what's going on with this. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Welcome back to Politics Nation on MS Now. Tonight, deep questions persist in the death of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old student athlete whose body was recovered last week near a Gulf Coast island, where he was last seen on July 4th on a 4th of July trip with friends. The Jackson County, Mississippi Sheriff's Office does not currently suspect foul play, they say, as authorities have said they suspect that the 18-year-old drowned, and a county coroner's autopsy showed no signs of trauma. Still, Nolan Wells' parents have doubts about eyewitness accounts that they say conflict. And as they await the results of the independent autopsy on their son's body, and dozens of peaceful protesters took to the streets in Jackson County last night, demanding a full investigation. As president of the National Action Network, I joined them in that call. And I will join Nolan's parents next week to speak at their son's funeral. But joining me now are Nolan's parents, Christine and Elmer Wansley. Christine, Elmer, we appreciate your strength tonight. We've seen peaceful protest and solidarity with you and your family. And I know from spending time with you, you're not activists, you're not interested in being on TV, but you want what is right for your son. And we
I didn't even hear it. I didn't even know that he was interviewing the family just now. This is great. This is great. See, look at God. I want to hear what the family got to say.
Seen members of your community, people that knew Nolan, speak to what kind of young man he was. And we've seen people like Tyler Perry and Colin Kaepernick and Byron Allen and thousands of others donate to various financial needs you have right now. Christine, have you been able to take anything from that goodwill as you go through this?
It's one of those situations where it warms my heart, right? Like it warms my heart, but also my heart is still very broken. But to see that people are so willing to assist us, help us in any way that they can. I'm so appreciative. And I've always said, even in my post on social media, like, hey, if you cannot donate to the GoFundMe, which I understand because financially times are hard for people. Just send us some prayers. That's the biggest thing. Just send us some prayers. We, at this point, we're willing to accept any help whatsoever, but it has just been such a blessing. And I am just so grateful to everyone who, whether they've donated, sent up prayers, DoorDash orders, just all of that. We're just incredibly grateful to everybody.
And you, Elma, have you been able to take any solace from the support you and Christine have received?
Yes, it's a very good feeling just to see all the love that my son had from the community and his friends. So people always will come in and say, "Oh, your son is a great guy," individual here and there, but to actually see that he really touched a lot of people during his time here. And it's just a great feeling to know how much of a people person he was. Nolan was really a people person and could light up a room with his personality and his character. So he would truly be missed.
Oh my God, this is so sad. This is so sad. This is beyond sad and heartbreaking. I can't believe this shouldn't even happen. Like I don't see no other way than this was a setup. Again, I don't know too much about the story, but I feel like this was a setup. Like, again, this don't sit right with me. He just drowned. So what was y'all doing while he was drowning? Shout out to Irvin Palmer for coming through with the gift. Much appreciated for that gift.
Now, between social media and some interviews I've seen with parents in Jackson County, Black America has responded emotionally to this tragedy, both what you're going through and the circumstances surrounding Nolan's death. Some have echoed your admitted lack of trust or concern in aspects of the Mississippi law enforcement to investigate in good faith. So, Christine, along with the concern that race may or may not have played a role in what happened beforehand, do you think investigators feel the pressure that is happening so they'll take this seriously?
That's the hope, because the concern is when it first happened, right? It was kind of straight out the gate, like, hey, this is what we're thinking, but yet there's been no full investigation. At that point, investigation, I don't even think had started. And so to come out publicly and state that, that's kind of where and the concern for how's this investigation going to go? Once again, I have said it in pretty much every single interview. I've stated it on my personal social media. The only thing we're asking for is just a thorough, honest, clean investigation. We just want to know what happened to our son. Like, I think that, again, any parent in America, or even just any person, if your loved one goes missing, you want to know what has happened.
Christine, both you and your husband have talked about how gregarious Nolan was, how much he enjoyed people and seemed to value accord. You said in Friday's press conference that he was not how you wanted the world to meet your son. What else do you want us to know about him?
This is extremely sad. I don't even know if I could even make it through all this. This is crazy. That like, he should not be dead. And like, I'm happy the family was thinking and was like, nah, this ain't right. Something is wrong here. Shout out to Starbright for coming through with the gifts. Much appreciated. I just saw that. Thank you. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy the family didn't just do the oh, this had nothing to do with race. Oh, they just said it was an accident. It was an accident. I'm happy they seeing that this ain't right and that these people didn't go about this the right way. Like, I'm happy. I'm happy that they even pushing the line on this. Also, let me see this. Naps, what do you say? Maybe. Yeah, but having close white relatives don't mean you got to be a colorist. Like, there's plenty of light-skinned people who are not colorists. And we know we all got light-skinned people in our family and stuff like that. But I don't think, again, like I said, I heard somebody say that, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not. And again, this is a tragedy all around the board. And I'm not gonna like turn a blind eye to the fact that this brother might have been murdered by racist white people. Just so because he may have said something colorist or been colorist in the past. Because the majority of black people are colorists. Let's not forget that. Like the majority of black, like being a dark-skinned person myself, trust me, I know that. Even dark-skinned people be colorists against other dark-skinned people. Shout out to you, Star Bright. Yeah, I thought I was about to say, like, she not, I heard she was Filipino. Like, isn't she Filipino? She just look, you know how them Filipinos be. They be looking black, especially when they do their hairstyle a certain way and they don't speak with an accent. They black, they light-skinned black people. They light-skinned black people. Exactly. Like as I said, I'm not attacking the family at all. This is a crazy tragedy. I couldn't imagine getting a phone call that my 18-year-old son has passed away because he was out with friends and he drowned. And they telling me this without doing no type of research or anything like that. I'm not going for that. Shout out to Black Adam in the building. You said she might be a Blasian. She might be. Oh, the father's black. The mother is Thai or Filipino. Yeah. No, matter of fact, I think I saw something with a Filipino flag with him. So yeah, he might Filipino, that gotta be it. I gotta be it. You said, can I take phone calls? Maybe tomorrow I'll take phone calls. Who knows? I'll drop the link tomorrow. How about that, Drill Will? That sound good? That sound good? Because yeah, I'm about to get off this too. Because it's like I can't really do too much of this. Like this is really sad and then depressing. And it's already late. I didn't even realize it was this late. But yeah, let's finish it up with let the family talking. Let's finish it up.
He was God-fearing. He had faith. Again, God took his time with him. He was rare. You don't meet too many people like him, especially in the day and time that we live in, who is just so full of joy and light and really just wants everyone to come together. And it's very disheartening, the discourse, the comments on social media, like the lack of empathy, and that people are taking our pain and this situation as a joke, and just us simply asking, like what happened has triggered so many people, which is crazy because again, especially if you're someone who has children, you would want to know. But yeah. He was a light. Like he was just walk into a room and just his personality would get in the room before he would. He just wanted everyone to be happy. That was his biggest thing. He just wanted everyone to be happy.
Elma, it struck me as we spent time in my office at Nash Action Network talking that you are not activists, you were not looking for a cause, but the fact that he was not there, he was missing. Then all of a sudden, his cell phone and his keys are somewhere that they had not voluntarily brought back to you, and law enforcement was saying there was no foul play. You were just operating as parents. That's why you'd reach out or you would talk to someone like Ben Crump and later me. You were not
exactly. They just operating as parents. This story don't even sound right. Shout out to Do Good for the 10. Thank you so much. Yes, Brandon, I'm dark skinned. I am dark skinned. Yeah, let's keep it going.
I'm not looking for a cause, but things just didn't add up, you were saying, Elma.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. And And like my wife said, the day that it happened, she prayed that the right people will be put in our lives to help us with this. And he answered our prayers. Ben Crump got in contact with us, and his team has really helped us move this along. I really believe if we didn't have him, I don't know where this investigation will be.
Yeah, and to the support of our friends who have assisted with so many things. We have like our own little, almost like a little crisis team. They have been phenomenal in making sure that we're getting, the information out, making sure, we're set up with meetings, and then like Elmore said, it really has been a godsend. And at that juncture, once again, I think anybody would accept any help. We were literally asking for any help. We were desperate.
Yeah. And I might add, you said you want everybody that will come out to be peaceful. You said, make sure y'all keep emphasizing peaceful. And many of the ones that came out today were white. This is not that only one side has responded, but everybody's saying this just does not add up. We want to see justice here.
That is it. Like, that is the bottom line. People can make whatever assumptions they want, but when it comes down to it, we would give all the money back. We would give the gifts, everything that everyone has done for us. We would give that all back just to have him back.
Yes.
I'll have to leave it there. Thank you for giving us this. And this is the first interview you did without a lawyer. So you trusted me, but I felt you when we sat in our office. Thank you to Nolan's parents, Christine and Elma Wansley. I will continue to pray for you, and I'll be joining you later on in the week.
Yeah, that was sad. That was hard for me to watch, man, because it's like I got kids too, and I couldn't imagine. This whole situation don't sit right. Thank you, Anthony Bryan. Much appreciated for always liking the video, and shout out to everybody who has liked the video. Much appreciated. Much appreciated to everybody who liked this video. Yes, they need to be careful with these so-called friends. Young black men got to be careful, period. They got to be careful. Always got to be careful. Always got to be careful. Always got to be careful. Matter of fact, to end the night properly, because I realized I'll be ending the night without addressing everything I said I was supposed to address. We're gonna have to just address Grand Platner. We're not even gonna be long. We're not even gonna be long with it. We just gonna pick something, a video, just so I could say I did it for the point of doing it. So let's figure this out. How we gonna do Grand Platner? Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see how we gonna handle Grand Platner. All right, I found this. We're gonna do Grand Platner like this. For all you who don't know, Grand Platner has resigned because he's weak and he's a bozo. He has resigned. The pressure got too strong. See, this is one thing I always wanted to say about people like Grand Platner and just lefties in general. Y'all not built like that. Y'all push this acceleration because, again, the reason we even have Trump and we even in this situation is because lefties, like online lefties, like to play accelerationist games. Y'all wanted Trump to win, so it could demoralize the Democratic Party, weaken the Democratic Party, so Trump could get in there, mess everything up, and then y'all could run y'all candidates that y'all want, and then y'all could through the Democratic Party take it over, and then beat the Republicans, and now y'all in charge. And y'all plan was to do it via people like Grand Platner. But the one thing y'all forgot about this is that y'all weak. I always pointed this out. The lefty plan was never going to work because y'all too weak. Y'all too weak. Y'all not built like that. This is not even confirmed. This is not even confirmed. And Grand Platner dropped out. Imagine Trump dropping out. Trump, we got him on audio talking about grabbing girls by the cootie cat, and he ain't drop out. He Epstein's best friend, and he ain't drop out. How much stuff we know for a fact to be true on Trump, and guess what? He just deny it and keep pushing because he built like that. Look at Graham Platner. He's just getting accusation after accusation after accusation. Nothing has been proven yet. Nothing has been proven, and he dropped out. This was their big homie. This was supposed to be their Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if they was gonna ask Graham Platner if he had won the Senate seat to run for president in 2028. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Just the way like Obama, he became a senator, he ran for president. I wouldn't be surprised if they would have tried to pull that off. But what happened? He was too weak. And I don't want to hear nobody saying, well, they had other stuff on him. So what? There is nothing that anybody could have had on Trump that would have made him drop out. Nothing. I wouldn't say the far left is done, but I'm just saying that they took a hit today. They took a hit with this one, and that's good for them because again, they're not built like that. They're not built like that. They like the people who calling for civil war and calling for war, calling for combat, talking about how they want to collapse the system. But they don't act like but they don't know what come with that. They don't know what come with that. They don't know what come with that. Like, we collapsing the system. Are y'all ready to do battle? Y'all not built like that. Y'all big homie dropped out because of accusations. Accusations. Exactly, Hood Mistress. We are black people, not blacks. We're not the blacks. But yeah, let's keep it going. Let's see what's going on with him dropping out like a bozo.
Okay, tonight we begin with some breaking news that you have probably seen. The Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, Graham Platner, has officially announced that he will be suspending his campaign following multiple allegations of sexual assault, which he denies. We knew where this is headed. We knew where it was headed. We talked about it last night. But I will say it is an end to what has been an unpredictable, incredibly tumultuous, at times fascinating simply because of the political story, and ultimately deeply enraging political career for Graham Platner, enraging for all of us. And we have covered this race from the very beginning on purpose, because I think it's important that we don't put our heads in the sand and just project upon all of you what we think and only talk to people at a table in Washington, D.C. I think one of the most important things we can do is listen to voters, to watch and to try to understand what is happening in this country, even if it doesn't totally make sense. And I'm not talking about what consultants said or what Washington talking heads say. I'm talking about what the voters in Maine were telling all of us when they voted for Graham Platner in the Maine primary, despite all of the controversies that preceded the assault allegations. Remember, she dropped out of the race, a pretty popular governor of Maine, because she couldn't raise enough money. That is telling us something important to listen to that, even if he is a deeply flawed candidate. But now it is over. It's over because not of all the people who are out there patting themselves on the back, and there are a lot of them on Twitter, believe me, it's driving me crazy. It's because of the bravery of the women who came forward to tell their stories.
What does she mean people are driving her crazy because they patting themselves on the back? People should be patting themselves on the back for this. I'm patting myself on the back for this. Graham Platner was a scumbag, point blank period. And people were right to call him out for being a scumbag and to be attacking him. And people should be celebrating because this is victory. People was saying that he's not the right guy for this from day one, and they pushed that line, and now we are here. He's gone, and that's good. That's good.
That is why it is these women, and because there was no longer a path forward for Graham Platner once they did. Of course, there wasn't. It is because of those women. Those are the women who should be patting themselves on the back. Nobody else. And tonight, the video that he recorded and posted online announcing his decision, which was more than 11 minutes long, and it took quite a long time to get to the point, showed us more of who Graham Platner actually is. Someone who, in the face of incredibly serious and extremely credible allegations, seemed to blame everyone but himself.
Hey everyone, it's Platner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear, this is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots.
If it's not true, then why you drop out? If it's not true, then why you drop out? If it's not true, then why you drop out? See, you're not even built like that. Now, let's say, for example, none of this stuff was true. So allegations that are not true made you drop out. That's how weak you are. That's how weak your movement is. That people who supported you turned on you from unverified allegations. And y'all thought y'all was going to accelerate yourself to lead America when you got somebody like Trump in office, who we know for a fact a lot of the allegations against him are not allegations. They are 110% fact, proven in court. But he either standing on it or he just still denying it and pushing the line. Y'all not built. Y'all wasn't built for this. Y'all was not built for this. And it shows. You're weak. Imagine me. Platner broke all kind of records, bro. All kind of records. You beat the state's governor in a primary. The state's Democratic governor, you beat her in a primary. You blew her out the water at like a record-breaking. Everything was record-breaking with you. Imagine having that kind of support and then dropping out because of some allegations. You're weak. You're weak. And the people around you who were telling you to drop out, they're weak too. They're weak. Y'all thought y'all was going to go to war with Trump and MAGA with this type of weakness?
Owners, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than
Platner, you already was record breaking. Like you outraised the governor. You outraised her. Like small donations would have put you over the hump. The same way small donations put Mondani up, put AOC up, DAC up, all of that. You could have did this. All this, oh, I'm only dropping out because they're going to take the money away. You're weak. So that's all it took. Mr. Lefty, all it took for you to drop out was that people said they're going to take the money away.
have me be the next senator from Maine. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power.
Now, that was only part of the video. It's online. You can watch the whole thing should you choose. But what you just heard there is a part that really stuck out to me, which was...
Yeah. That was the thing. I was going to play it too, but it's like really long. It's ridiculous. Again, You're dropping out because of no money after breaking all those records with donations. You think Trump, how many donations do you think would have got to get Trump to drop out? Like somebody like, all right, we're going to put pressure on people to not donate to Trump. I'm even talking about the first time, not even this time he ran. Not the second time, not the third time, the first time. You're weak. You're weak. You are weak, but keep going.
Repeated denials and a repeated blame game. Now, I worked in politics for a very long time. I started my career on the campaign trail. I was a campaign rat for many, many years through many campaigns. I have never witnessed a member of any political establishment, whatever the heck that means, forcing a woman to come forward and falsely accuse someone of sexual assault in order to tank a specific campaign. You know why? Because that doesn't happen. Because again, it is so difficult for these women to come forward. Sometimes it takes years to come forward. Now, we already knew, thanks to the Washington Post, that Platner had struggled with this decision, in part because he believed.
Good. Exactly. You're right. Like Platner putting out a conspiracy theory. If that's the case, then keep pushing the line. Keep pushing the line, bozo. Exactly. He a whole scrapo, and now he playing victim. If that's the case, keep pushing the line. No, I have not heard about this. I don't know who that is, and them beating their wife and scraping her. Oh, I have not heard about that. I gotta look into that. But yeah, let's keep it going.
He should have a say in the process to replace his name on the ballot, something that the main Democratic Party has said loud and clear is not going to happen. But in his video tonight, Platner made pretty clear that he still has opinions about what that process should look like.
It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay.
Nope, we're not listening to you. You dropped out. You got no say here. You faded. You bumped out the rotation. Like, we're not listening to you. Talking about imagine you're not even a part of the Democratic Party. You are an outsider who ran on a Democratic ticket, and now you got bumped off because you couldn't control your meat and you're weak. Now you think you have say so in who the DNC should put in that place? You have no say so. Your movement is done. It dies with you.
In D.C., decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here.
Now, well, there is no desire from anyone that we have found for him to be involved in this process. A number of the things he's saying there have been asks of a number of people, that it should be open, that it should be transparent. And in the meantime, Maine Democrats have already been planning ahead for what a post-Platner race would look like. Earlier tonight, party leaders announced that more than 100 of their state committee members voted to hold a nominating convention to choose a new nominee. And separately, MS Now is reporting that according to earlier discussions, a proposed total of 500 to 600 delegates would participate in that convention to choose Platner's replacement. Although at this point, and we'll see if there's any news tonight over the next hour, we'll tell you, no date or location has been chosen for that. So what does this mean for a race that is likely very necessary for Democrats to win if they want to take back the Senate? This would be one of 4 potential seats. There are other paths, but this is an important part of the path. But does it mean that Republican Senator Susan Collins is a shoo-in to win? Because the Republicans will tell you that right now. No, I don't think it does. Maine is very much still a blue state. But if Democrats want to prevent that from happening, these coming moments, the choices they make in finding a new candidate, the way they do this process are crucial. Let me ask you, Molly, because one of the things, and I think...
Yes, it's very crucial. But you know what I think is going to happen? I'm saying this now. I think if the lefties don't get to pick who they want to be Platner's replacement, they're going to promote to their audience to not only not vote, but they should vote for Susan Collins. And they're going to try to justify it and say, well, if you don't want to pick who we want, that means you want Susan Collins to win anyway. So we might as well just help you get your wish. So they're either going to tell people not to vote, or they're going to tell people to vote for Susan Collins. I can see it now. They don't get to get their pick. That's what they're going to do. Remember, these are the same lefties where people was telling them, hey, we don't want Graham Platner. This bozo has a Nazi tattoo. He's done said racist things. He done said sexist things. He was a mercenary, blah, 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 blah. They was like, oh, who cares? He got the nomination. Vote blue no matter who. Remember what you said? Well, now, remember what you said. Vote blue no matter who. Remember what you said. Y'all was pushing. Y'all was happy to say vote blue no matter who when he had the nomination. Now keep that energy. Now keep that energy.
You could hear from the tone of my voice that has driven me absolutely crazy, and I'm betting it has driven you crazy, is that, I mean, Platner, he repeatedly made clear that he's not dropping out because of the accusations, but because the Democratic Party withdrew financial and structural support from his campaign, essentially blaming the party for his suspension. I mean, the thing I was going to say that's driving me crazy is this kind of, the people who are to thank here are the women who came forward, and they are the ones who are the reason we are here right now. Yet he seemed to blame the party apparatus for what? I mean, forcing women to come out and do something that is harder than anything else. I guess I just have to ask you about that first, and we got to talk about the path forward, but I know you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you had this victim who came forward. She's really a survivor at this point, who came forward to talk about her experience. And she had tried to sort of thread the needle a little bit with the New York Times. And what, you know, it's funny because when I read that New York Times article, I was like, none of this makes sense. There's got to be something here. And I actually asked Platner, asked his team, what, am I missing something? Is there something else coming? And remember, all of us have this entire time asked Platner and his team, is there more stuff? Because this is not, there was not one allegation, you know. But the thing I'm so struck by is just the incredible self-pity of this this video announcement, because he is saying all the things the main Democratic Party is saying, right? They are saying they want transparency. They want the people of Maine. You watch those videos that they put out, and it's the same. They are saying all the things he's saying, but somehow he implies that this has sort of happened to him, right? That someone has gone and made him post those Reddit posts, that made him get that tattoo, and then all of these allegations. So the thing that I'm struck by is that, you know, those voters are the voters who will make a Democrat win that Senate seat. And so if he continues with this narrative, it's going to depress turnout, and it will ultimately give Susan Collins the win.
Exactly. I said that. I said that I think that's what they're going to do, and I think that's what he's going for. That somehow this was like a Democratic conspiracy to get Platner out. So, and only person who could have beat Susan Collins was Platner. So I guess they wanted Susan Collins to win anyway. So you know what? I'm not voting. Elections don't mean anything. Blah 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 blah. The system is rigged. Blah 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 blah.
And we see that Maine is doing this the Maine Democrats are doing this in a very transparent way. And so I'm just really surprised to see him taking this stance on it.
I'm not surprised. He's been blaming everybody else throughout the process here, but it is.
I reject that. They are not the same. They are not the same, especially when you're talking about black people. They are not the same. Show me where the DNC was working to strip black people of their rights and send them back to Jim Crow, and is currently working to send us back to the antebellum South. Show me where the DNC is doing that. It's not the same. We got to stop doing that. They're not the same. If other communities want to say they're the same, that's fine, but not us. All of our rights and privileges and opportunities have, in the last 60 years, have come via one party, and the other party has been trying to take them away. They are not the same when it comes to black people. Just say that the Democrats ain't doing what you want them to do, but don't say that they're the same as the Republicans.
In this final video, quite striking, or at least the final video for now.
Oh, that's over. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Yeah, I think. Oh, it's after 1. Yeah, we got to call it a night. Shout out to everybody who stuck around. Shout out to everybody who stuck around. Much appreciated. We are all the support, everything. Everything. You said, what has the DNC done for black people? Everything. Everything. The reason why you could go outside and don't got to worry about a white person attacking you or something like that, that's because of the DNC. You do know before the civil rights legislation to what we have now, before that Democratic Party put that down, you could literally be killed by any white person at any time. Anytime. White people could tell you where you could and could not go. We was under segregation. Black people didn't have all these opportunities. We didn't have none of this. None of this. Everything. What the DNC did for black people, everything. Everything. When I say the antebellum South, I'm talking about like right after slavery. Because most people, matter of fact, right after the Civil War. The Civil War, the antebellum South. That antebellum South means pre-war Civil War South. That's what it means. The South before the Civil War. The reason why I'm saying they sending us back to antebellum, because to me, the antebellum South didn't truly end until we got the Reconstruction Amendments. It didn't end with the Civil War. It ended with the Reconstruction Amendments. So if they remove the Reconstruction Amendments, we are back in the antebellum South. That's what I'm trying to say. Remember, the 13th Amendment already got a loophole in it that has been fully exploited, and people are trying to figure out other ways to exploit it. The 15th Amendment was not fully realized until the civil rights legislation, which has been gutted. So they got that. Only thing left to get is that 14th Amendment, and then we back in the antebellum South. What do you mean? Where's our hate crime legislation? What do you mean by that? Like, the Democrats have done more than that. We have got that and more. Like, I don't know if you notice or not, hate crime legislation doesn't end the hate crimes. There's still going to be hate crimes. Like, I don't get it. Like, I think you're a part of FBA, or you've been listening to Tariq too much, or somebody, because it's like this thing about, well, we don't got a hate crime bill. What you want? You want a black hate crime bill to do what? No, they didn't. That was not just for Asians. It just had Asian in the name. That's it. That wasn't even the official name. That just had Asian in the name. It wasn't just for Asians. It wasn't. It wasn't. See, this is the game right here. We got to stop saying stuff like that. And even if they never gave us a hate crime bill, so what? This is what I'm talking about. You saying that Democrats never did nothing for us because you pointing to stuff that they did for other people. Let's say, for example, everything you said was correct. Let's say there was an Asian-only hate crime bill and we black people never got one. How does that disprove the fact that I said all the rights and privileges and opportunities black people have gotten in the last 60 years have come via the Democratic Party? How does that disprove that? The fact that you could say other people got more out the Democratic Party than us does not disprove what we got out the Democratic Party. It doesn't. Not even close. It doesn't. It doesn't. That's why I said, say what y'all really mean. Say that the Democratic Party didn't give you what you think that the black people should have got. Don't say they didn't give us nothing and they're the same as Republicans. Say that they didn't give us what you think they should have gave us. That's what you meant. That's what you really trying to say. Say that. Say that. I think I got to find that clip. Who was it? Islam? Islam, and I think it was Islam and Ari Spears. Let me see. I think it's just the clip. I found it. This might be it. This might not be it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see. Here we go. Here it is. I think this is the clip. Let's go.
I want to get into this with you a little bit. Obama. Oh, yes, yes. Do you or do you not take the stance he didn't do nothing for black people?
Interestingly enough, not enough black people have researched what he actually has or has not done. The thing is, he didn't do the thing that he should have done, which is what everybody's mad about, which is reparations. No black man would become president of the United States of America and do the very thing that helped America maintain her superiority over the very people that she enslaved. I'm not going to give you the thing that validates the evil that I did to you, put you in a position to do it, and make myself look bad. It's not happening. I'm not going to give you reparations. Not the damn sure I'm not going to let a black man do it. He would have been assassinated.
Come on, man.
Again, that's the little clip I wanted to hear. That's my point. I'm not even a Reza Islam fan, but he was teaching right there. What people really mean when they say Obama didn't do nothing for black people, or they say the Democrats don't do nothing for black people, is that the Democrats didn't do what you wanted them to do for black people. They never do. The Democrats didn't do what you wanted them to do. The answer is not, oh, they didn't do anything. Because people who say they didn't do anything don't know what they're talking about. It's, well, he didn't do what I wanted him to do. Just say that. Just say the Democrats didn't do what I wanted them to do. Don't say they didn't do anything. Just say that. Obama did not pass gay marriage. The Supreme Court gave us gay marriage, not Obama. See, you don't even know what you're talking about. But like I said, back to what I said, you're mad because the Democrats didn't do what you wanted them to do. And now you're saying they didn't do anything. That's two different things. You didn't do what I wanted and you didn't do anything. It's two different things. Or you did more for somebody than you did for me. Those are different things. You got to say what you meant. Obama ran on the platform of being anti-gay marriage. He didn't fight for anything. It's just once it happened, he came out and supported it. That's it. Thank you, Hood Mistress. Also, people don't take into account that it's easier to do things for other groups than it is for black people because the Republicans won't get in the way of it. How many Republicans voted against the John Lewis voting acts, but voted for the Asian hate crime bill? How many? It's the same thing. How many people was okay with other groups getting reparations, supported reparations for those other groups, but would never support reparations for black people? So of course it's going to be easier for those other groups to get things than it is to get things for black people. Y'all never speak on that side of the equation. Y'all never speak on that side of the equation. That it's not just Democrats, it's also Republicans. And Republicans will vote in favor of things that go to other people that they would never vote in favor of things that go to black people. And the best way to offset that is for more people to get out there and vote and make sure there's more Democrats, which I never say that though. What you mean they shouldn't fight for us? They are fighting for us. And guess what? They're not getting it because they don't have enough support. They don't have the numbers. It's just like I said, it's just that simple. If you tried to pass something for black people right now, how many Republicans voted for the Stop Asian Hate Crime bill? Now, if the Democrats would have put forth a Stop Black American Hate Crime bill, how many of those Democrats wouldn't have voted for it? It's the same thing. It's the same thing over and over and over again. It's the same thing. Matter of fact, since we on this issue, let's teach. Let's take it there. Let's take it there. Let's take it there. Let me see something. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're gonna do this real quick. Shout out. Let me see. here we go, right here. Here we go, right here. It says a total of 147 House Republicans and 49 Senate Republicans voted for the COVID-19 Hate Crime Act, often referred to as the Stop Asian Hate Crime Bill. The bill passed the Senate 94-1 and the House 364-62. Like you see that, right? Now let me go to another bill that happened around the same time. I think it was the anti-lynching bill, right? Let me see something. In fact, let me go back to my screen. Let me see. Let me make sure everything is correct. Y'all saw that, right? You saw that, right? Let's see. Let me find the other bill. What other bill was coming at that time? Let me see. What other bill came at that time? Yeah, I think this was around the same time, right? Matter of fact, let me see. Yeah, I think this is around the same time. Yes. Wait, where is it? Oh man, I'm going to the wrong thing. Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm gonna find it though. But yeah, because that's not the one. It was the John Lewis. Let me see. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'm sorry. Let's see. How many Republicans voted for the John? Let's see. How many Republicans? I want the number of Republicans. I want the number. All right. We're just going to do it like this. This is, what did it say? It says 0 Republicans voted in favor of passing the John R. Lewis Voting Rights. Let me see. I can't see. Voting Rights Advancement Act. 0 Republicans voted in favor of it. 0. 0 Republicans. 0. What was the number of how many Republicans voted for the Asian one? 0 Republicans voted for this. 0. 0 Republicans voted for it in the House of Representatives. Zero. Only 1 Republican voted for it in the Senate. So 0 voted for it in the House, 1 voted for it in the Senate. That's it. That's it. See, this is what we're talking about here. This is what I'm talking about here. About y'all take that part out the equation too, and y'all talk about how the Democrats didn't do nothing for black people. This is right here, the Democrats trying to do something for black people and facing the opposition of the whole entire Republican Party. While when they try to do something for Asians, how many Republicans supported it? How many? How many? I'm happy you said that. And and you get to be out permanently because we're not playing that game. I'm about to ban you. Should I ban him or put him on timeout? What should I do? Should I ban him or put him on a timeout? 1, to ban him. 2, to put him on timeout. I'm going to let everybody pick. 1, to ban him. 2, to just put him on timeout. All right, the 2s have it. So we just going to put him on timeout. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I say a debate and all this other stuff is a waste of time. People already got their mind made up. You heard this dude, right? Already got his mind made up. He sat here and told me I didn't know what I was talking about. I proved them wrong, and now it's, I don't care what you said. I'm still not going to support them. Because you never were going to support them. It's just, this, as I said, this is all about being emotional. Y'all dudes is emotional. Y'all don't really care about politics. Y'all don't really know politics. Y'all just let somebody soup y'all head up with a bunch of lies, and then now y'all going to just go for it. Now y'all emotional. Y'all don't know how the government works. You just listen to some bozo on the internet who got a 6th grade education telling you the Democrats are all to blame and don't do nothing for black people. And then you internalize that. And no matter how much evidence you see to the contrary, you're going to just still say, well, I don't care. I'm still not going to support them. So you supporting the Republican Party. The Republican Party, I just showed you that came out and voted for Asians and came out and all of them voted against black people. The only reason that bill became law is because one Republican in the Senate crossed party lines and voted with black people. One. Because one Republican broke rank. Just one. You can't make this up. This is why I said these people ain't sincere. I don't trust. That's why I don't want to do debates. Like, I don't know. Drill Will was just up here talking about, oh, when am I going to drop the link and accept people to call in? Call in for what? For somebody to argue me down that I don't know what I'm talking about. And then when I show them what I'm talking about to be right, their response is, well, I don't care. Their response is, I don't care. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for sending the file. I already put him on a timeout, so I can't even go back to try to even reblock him. But I already put him on the timeout. Can't make this up, bro. Can't make this up. See, that just got me hot. I was just about to go to bed and all this other stuff because I got to get up in the morning. Got a lot of work to do in the morning, and it's like you sitting here. And again, this is why I don't pay these bozos no mind. People be like, well, why don't you reach out to people for debates and stuff? Why? They not honest brokers. They don't really care. They don't really care about the truth. They don't really care about right and wrong. They don't really care about getting black people to the best spot. Because like I said, I gave him a way to still hold his position. Not even really hold his position, but to not really be wrong. I said, bro, you probably phrasing this wrong. It's not that you don't think that Democrats have done anything for black people. Democrats just didn't do what you wanted them to do for black people. See, that's something different, and that's acceptable. The Democrats are not doing what I want them to do for black people neither. But I'm never going to say they haven't done anything for black people, especially knowing about the Republican Party. See, I gave him a way to still push his narrative and not have to be quote unquote wrong. I just say, yo, bro, you just phrasing it wrong. This is what you really mean to say, right? And if that's what you really meant to say, cool. I'm not even going to argue with you. You know what? You got it. But no, he tried to stand 10 toes down on that. Democrats never did nothing for black people. He doubled down on it, tripled down on it, quadrupled down on it. And then when I finally showed him irrefutable evidence, what did he say? I don't care. I don't care. Exactly. Just like their leader Tariq taught them. Yeah, they honest jokers. They not honest brokers of the truth. They honest jokers. Dishonest jokers. They're not even honest jokers. Yes, energy draining. Like look at that. Look what I did. All this time I was going back and forth looking for the right bill because I got that one mixed up with the Emmett Till bill. I'm like, well, this ain't the one. It's something else. Blah blah blah, going back and forth. Spent all that time looking for all that information, and then what? Yeah, that's why I was gonna do that at first. But then I thought maybe this is just a young person who's being tricked by the internet. So let me just keep him around. Let me just put him on timeout. But let me keep him around because maybe he'll come around. That's why. But if I knew he was for a fact, he was an adult and he was FBA, ban out of here. But since we here, we might as well just finish this last thing and then we go. Then we out. Shout out to everybody in the building. For all you who don't know, Lindsey Graham has passed away. He's gone. He's out of here. So let's see what's going on with that. Another Republican who votes against everything black people got going on. Shout out to Crypto, I think Crypto Dolphin. Is it? I can't even see. Is that Crypto Dolphin Super Bowl? Crypto Dolphin Super Bowl? Yeah. I'm gonna keep doing that. Thank you for the 199. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Yeah, but let's see what's going on with Lindsey Graham, how he got out of here.
We're back with a Fox News alert. According to preliminary findings from the D.C. medical examiner, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham died from aortic dissection due to heart disease. The U.S. Capitol is honoring the longtime senator by flying flags at half-staff, with the White House rolling out the same honor for Graham. Mark Meredith is live at the White House with the latest. Mark?
Tommy, good evening to you. The news coming from the Senator Graham's office about the preliminary findings of this autopsy, which shows that it was an artery tear, a catastrophic one caused by likely years of cardiovascular disease. We are still awaiting the final cause of death. Those results are pending because of toxicology reports that still need to come back in. But it is an incredible turnaround of information from the senator's office, and it certainly shows the amount of interest worldwide that Graham's death is spotlighting. The senator had a huge influence on both domestic and foreign policies. Remembered as someone who was championing for what he believed in, as well as forging relationships across the aisle. President Trump spoke to Senator Graham only hours before his death. Graham had just
all lies. Work with who across what aisle? But I forgot. This is Fox News, so let them keep talking. Yeah, Lindsey Graham is out of here. He's gone. Shout out to Lee in the building. Lindsey Graham is out of here.
Returned from overseas. Is at the NATO summit out in Ankara, Turkey, and had meetings with Ukraine's president. Graham, also a longtime outspoken critic of Russia and Iran, is being remembered for his passion in public service.
He was a great politician. People don't realize what a good politician he was. He could go in and get something approved. He would just get people on his side. He was really a talented. You probably never heard me say that about anybody because there aren't too many of them.
We're also hearing from former presidents, including George W. Bush, who says that Graham was a knowledgeable senator who understood how the world works and how important America's international engagement is to resist tyranny. Former President Biden also weighing in, said Lindsey and I did agree on profound importance of public service. Like me, he loved the Senate as an institution, even with all its flaws and complexities. On Capitol Hill, Graham was no doubt a fixture after serving decades in the Senate as well as previously in the House. All day long, we've heard from his congressional colleagues who've reflected on what his death has meant to them personally.
The hole that Lindsey Graham left in the Senate cannot be filled. It will need many of us to step up to the plate and take on the responsibilities that he had from a global perspective.
Yep, smoking on that Lindsey Graham pack. You already know. Get out of here. Ain't no sympathy for you. No sympathy for you. Again, I ain't wishing death on nobody, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm crying for you neither. All the bigoted, hateful things you did. Yeah, definitely out of here. I'm not gonna say he was one of the worst ones, but he was on the wrong side. He's an op, so he out of here. He's a pack now.
Yeah, if you enjoy having your sides hurt from laughing, that was Lindsey Graham to a T. He always had a joke. One of the most authentically funny people that you'll meet.
And while we have not heard from the president on camera today, he has been speaking out on phoners as well as his Truth Social post. The big headline, of course, though, is going to be this medical examiner's report, which shows it was an artery tear likely caused by years of cardiovascular disease, which killed the senator. Tommy?
Mark Meredith, thank you so much. All right, bringing it out for discussion. Joey, I was stunned this morning when I opened up social media and I saw that. At first, I thought this cannot be real because it was so sudden. But it's obvious that he was a close friend of the president, a close friend of a lot of his colleagues. And I even saw some folks on the Democrat side putting out some heartfelt messages. I think Senator Booker put one out that I thought was very kind and very decent of him. So I appreciate that. But this man, whether you agree with his policies or not, has certainly a legacy. And it's going to be a big loss for the Senate and for D.C. as a whole.
Yeah, I think I was just thinking about, how many senators are left from 2001 after 9/11 when we were voting to go to war, essentially. And, because, as much as we talk about things like term limits, I mean, you get that opportunity every election cycle. It's good to have people in there that remember the mistakes we made last time. And I don't know if Senator Graham fell into that the way I would want him to when it comes to like going to war, but he does. He was there for all of it. He remembers it, didn't he?
Oh man, this we got to get off this, man. I don't want to hear nobody Fox News like sit around and glaze Lindsey Graham. Nah, we done with that. Get out of here. Y'all glazing him. Let me see what's going on at MSNBC. MS Now. Excuse me. Let's see what they got to say about Lindsey Graham getting up out of here. Let's see what they got to say about that. Let's see what's going on with that. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's see what's going on with that.
Reaction, which is news. We have bipartisan reaction, which is pouring in after the death of South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Lawmakers paying tribute and sharing memories, of working with the senator.
He and I were at the same event. And someone said to me, "How can you stand Lindsey Graham?" And I said, "Well, I love him like a brother," which means when I fight with him, I want to kill him. And they're awful and ugly fights. And yet when we work together and when I see the good that he wants to do for our country, I'm able to forgive him and find the positives in him. But I also saw him in his best moments, fighting fiercely for the underdog in America.
Let's bring in MS Now reporter Nnamdi Egwanwu, who's joining us from Columbia, South Carolina. Nnamdi, welcome. What are you hearing from residents there? How are they remembering the senator?
Well, Alex, right now, the preeminent emotion I'm hearing is shock. You have to imagine people are still waking up to this news. They're still becoming aware of the fact that their senator has passed away. And look, when we talk to people after they get through the surprise, there's an acknowledgement of the fact that, love him or hate him, Lindsey Graham was deeply influential here in this state and in Republican politics broadly. He was a senator for 4 terms. Before that, he represented Congress, representing this state for the better part of a decade. And before that, was involved with state politics here. So there are people here that, at the minimum, will acknowledge that he had influence, that he was very quick to wheel. But I want to play you a snapshot of the conversations MS has been able to have with some residents across the state.
Oh, well, I guess they got to keep it respectful. They got to keep it respectful, Justin March. This is MS Now. This is the liberal channel. They got to keep it respectful. But let's see what the people saying that they playing.
Take a listen.
It was shock. That's unbelievable. One day you see someone and the next day it's just hard to believe that could happen overnight. It can happen to anyone, but it was just shock. Honestly say I did not agree with Senator Graham's politics.
I think he represented our state very well, very well. I'm very shocked. He's been a very good senator many, many years. I've always, voted for Lindsey over the years, and I was very proud to have him as our senator. It's going to be challenging to fill his shoes. So.
But Alex,
you saw what the black woman said. You saw what the white man said. Yeah, That's the best you could get out of MS Now, a liberal channel. That's the best you're gonna get to them saying, well, yeah, he was a racist and he did a lot of bad things and he wasn't good.
The more we talk to people, the more it's clear that Lindsey Graham's legacy is one that's complex for some residents here. And in the last couple of hours, we've seen a small sole protester outside of the state capitol with the sign that says Graham never repped South Carolina. We asked him what that meant. It was referring to his stance, his renowned stance now as being a war hawk, that being something here that has really split residents.
Look, see, this is what I said. That's why I'm happy we stuck with it. Even though it was looking like they was playing a little bit both sides of the fence, look what they showing. Look what they showing. Yeah, he's out of here.
And it has made the way they remember him very complex. So, you know, a man that will be remembered, but a legacy that very much so is complex for many of the.
Shout out to T. Dot. Yeah, you teaching.
People we've spoken to here in Columbia.
Yeah. Okay. Nambi, thank you so much for that.
Okay, that's enough. I'm complete. I fulfill my duties. But you know, we about to end this now. Shout out to everybody who came through. Much appreciated for everybody who came through and showed love tonight. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Family, if you want to show some more love, you know, the PayPal, the Cash App, the Venmo. It's in the pinned comment above. The comment should be pinned. I don't know where it's at, but it should have been pinned. But it's right there. You can show your love. Show your love with, you know, dropping comments, hitting that reaction heart. You can show your love with by joining the channel, sending a gift, super thanks, super chat, or super sticker. I take it all. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. But let's start it. Let's go down the list like this. Shout out to Justin March for coming through and gifting 5 memberships. Family, if Justin March gifted you a membership, make sure you thank him and make sure you keep that membership going. And you can also get your own membership. Hit that join button. And again, if you want to drop it down, lower it, whatever, do what you got to do. Shout out to Romario for coming through with the 10. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with the 5. Shout out to East Coast Kev for coming through with the 10. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with the 5. Shout out to a pimp named Slickback for coming through with a 5 again. Shout out to Reg for coming through with the 20. Shout out to East Coast Kev for coming through with the 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with another 5. Shout out to McKinsley for coming through with $2 Canadian. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuns any day of the week. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with a $1.99. Shout out to That's Amazing for coming through with a 5, another 5. Shout out to Miss C Payne for coming through with $9.99. Shout out to Red Pill Zulu for coming through with the 20. Shout out to Lord of Slaughter for coming through with the $4.99. Shout out to Do Good for coming through with the 10. Shout out to Lee D. Clinton for coming through with the 5. Shout out to Crypto Dolphins Super Bowl for coming through with the $1.99. Also, here we go. Shout out to Mac Nasty for being a member of the channel for 3 months. He just made being a member of the channel for 3 months, and he's a level 2 member at that. Shout out to him for that. Shout out to Miss C Payne for she didn't become a member. She was already a member, but she upgraded her membership to level 3. Much appreciated for that. Much appreciated for that. Much appreciation to you for that. Let's see. We got some more shout outs to do. More shout outs. Oh, also, shout out to Miss C Payne for donating and hitting the Cash App. Family, if you hit the Cash App, the PayPal, the Venmo, let me know if you want a shout out. Let me know. Make sure you drop a comment. No, just let me know when you send it, if you want a shout out or not. Because some people don't want a shout out, and some people want a shout out, but they don't want the amount shouted out. So just let me know. Much appreciated for that. Now we got to get on to the gifts. Shout out to Andrew for coming through with a gift. Shout out to Miss C Payne for coming through with a gift. Much appreciated for that gift. Shout out to Anthony Bryant for coming through with a gift. Shout out to Irvin Palmer for coming through with a gift. Shout out to Starbright for coming through with a gift. Much appreciated. Thank you. Shout out to everybody who supported me. Even if you support me when I'm not doing a stream, because you know my Cash App is always open, just like my DMs is always open. My Cash App is always open. Also, go subscribe to all my channels. Go subscribe to all my channels, family. And again, if you want to write me, you got something to tell me, hit me in the email, hit me in my DMs. My DMs is always open. If you want me to make something for you or touch on something, I can't guarantee I'm gonna see it, and I can't guarantee I'm gonna do it. But if you send a donation with it, I can guarantee I'm gonna see it, and I can guarantee I'm gonna do it. So yeah, let me know. But yeah, shout out to everybody who came through. Is there any more shout outs I gotta give? Shout out to everybody who, you know, dropped the comment, hit the reaction heart, like the stream, drop give me a fire emoji. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody for being interactive. Everything. Do I got any more shout outs I gotta do? I got some more shout outs, but the person is not here. Because Presell is not here. Shout out to Presell, always support. She supported off when I was offline, and also Tina did too. So when I see them, I'm gonna make sure I salute them. And one other person did also. Salute, salute, salute. You already know. Salute, AZ. Salute. But yeah, what time is it? Yeah, I'm ending this now. So yeah, I'm out of it. I'm out. So yeah. Thanks everybody. See y'all tomorrow. Or see y'all today. Or whatever. Good night, good evening, good afternoon. Good all that stuff. Have a blessed day, blessed night, blessed with everything. Be safe. And shout out to the Paula Walla. I ain't see you. Yeah, you here late. We about to be over. Oh, somebody said thank you. Oh, do good. You got the membership from Justin March. Yeah. Thank you, Justin March. Yeah, so good night, everybody. Pieces. I said pieces. Peace. I said pieces. Oh my God. But yeah, shout out to everybody. Good night. Good evening.